Hey, test, test, check, check, 1, 2. Test, test, check, check, 1, 2.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello, hello. We're about to get started. Can you guys hear me? The mic's not on? It's on. Somebody told me it's on. Welcome. Yes, now it sounds like it's on. It is so wonderful to see all of you here today. My name is Sarah Lomax, and I am the co-founder of URL Media and the president and CEO of WURD Radio in Philadelphia. And we are so excited to be having this convening today on this very auspicious day. And we chose today very deliberately. Today is January 15th, which is the actual birthday of Martin Luther King. And he would be 96 years old today. And he died in 1968 at the age of 39. And I'm going to read a quote that I think is one of my favorite quotes by Dr. King. And because we know that the actual observance of the King holiday is on Monday, which is going to be a very full and complex day, we wanted to underscore his actual birthday today and host this conversation about independent media, black and brown media, and what we have learned and uncovered through our work serving and working with communities of color through this election and beyond. So this quote is, "Power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love." So URL actually stands for uplift, respect, and love. And that's what we intend to do today. We're going to be guided by the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. We're going to uplift his words, his spirit, and his advocacy for truth and justice. And over the course of the day, we will hear from a variety of voices, journalists, leaders who run powerful local and national media outlets that serve communities that have been historically and systematically marginalized, under-resourced, and in many cases rendered invisible. These are the communities that are served by URL Media, a network of 35 and growing black and brown media outlets who've linked arms to share content, revenues, and other resources to strengthen our individual newsrooms and our collective impact. So we, Mitra Kalita and I, launched URL Media in 2021, almost 1 year ago today. We launched URL Media a few days after the inauguration of Joe Biden in 2021. And we stepped out there with this pronouncement. We said, we don't want the next 4 years to be like the last 400. And here we are, on the cusp of a new administration that has vowed to take us back to a time when America was only great for wealthy white men. Today, we're going to hear from a wide range of folks examining the lessons learned from the 2024 presidential election, how we move forward, and what this means for our industry through the lens of black and brown journalists, media entrepreneurs, and leaders. So I want to thank the Journalism Institute at the National Press Club, who we are collaborating with, who is hosting us today. Let's give them a big round of applause. I also want to thank the MacArthur Foundation for supporting our election coverage, of which this convening is a part of. And a big thanks to all of you who are devoting your time to be with us today. And now I want to get started. We're going to kick things off with our first panel. Well, maybe I'll just give you a preview of the day, which you'll see on your tables. We're going to have our first conversation called Listen to Black Women with four, because I'm including myself in it, 4 extraordinary Black women who are in the media and doing amazing work. And then we're going to have a really interesting, we're going to have a break, and then we're going to have a really interesting conversation with Don Lemon and Kenya Parham, who's one of the principals at Spill, which is a new Black-owned social media outlet. We are streaming live on Spill today. So if you don't have Spill, if you haven't downloaded it yet, please get that app. And Mitra Kalita, our co-founder, is going to be the moderator for that conversation. And then a little bit later, we're going to have another panel discussion called Voting Patterns Across Communities, where representatives from the news outlets and the media organizations that were funded to do additional election coverage through this MacArthur grant are going to talk about the lessons they learned through their coverage of the election. And then at 4:15, we're going to do what we're calling table talks to really dive into what's on the horizon for this industry, specifically for Black and brown media makers. So without further ado, we're going to invite our panelists to the stage, and I'm going to give a brief bio, and then you'll hear a lot more about their work over the course of our conversation. But first up, Sierra Hinton. Sierra is the former executive director and publisher of Scalawag, and she's a co-founder of the Lord Society, which we'll hear more about. Sierra is also the development director at Blue Engine, a collaborative that works with media companies, startups, foundations, and others on revenue and audience growth, product development, consumer user experience, and digital strategy. And prior to her work in journalism, Sierra was an individual giving officer at a number of education nonprofits, most recently Teach for America, DC. And Sierra calls North Carolina home. She lives in Durham and is a graduate of the UNC Chapel Hill, like her mother before her. Welcome, Sierra. Okay. I love being handled. Next up is Lauren Williams. Lauren is the co-founder and CEO of Capital B, an award-winning nonprofit local national news organization serving Black audiences that launched in January 2022. Before starting Capital B, Lauren was senior vice president and editor-in-chief of Vox, where she managed editorial and business operations. Lauren previously served as executive editor and managing editor at Vox, and has also been an editor at Mother Jones and deputy editor at The Root. Lauren serves on the boards of directors of the International Women's Media Foundation, the Online News Association, and the Associated Press Foundation for Journalism. Welcome, Lauren. And last but definitely not least is Jonquilyn Hill. And Jonquilyn she hosts Explain It to Me, your hotline for all your unanswered questions. She joined Vox, it's a part of Vox. She joined Vox in 2022 as a senior producer and then as host of The Weeds, Vox's policy podcast. Before joining Vox, she was a senior producer for WAMU and NPR's 1A, where she helped launch the show and oversaw the team that adapted the broadcast into a daily podcast. While at WAMU, she also created and hosted Through the Cracks, which is phenomenal. If you guys haven't listened to it, you should. A podcast that examined the systems in place that led to the disappearance of 8-year-old Relisha Rudd from a Washington, D.C. homeless shelter. She previously worked at NPR, NY1, and NBC's Washington Bureau. Welcome, Jonquilyn. So I'm going to transition over here. Sounds like the mic is still working. So I wanted, I gave these bios, and we're going to get into why we chose to center this first kickoff conversation around Black women. And, but first, before we dive into that, I want each of you to just give a little bit of background of your journey to starting the Lord, co-founding the Lord Society, starting Capital B, and your work at Vox, and explain it to me. So we'll start with you, Sierra, because I want you to just talk a little bit about why you co-founded the Lord Society, who Audre Lorde was, and what your hopes are and what you've learned about the role of Black women in this moment.
Yeah. Hey everyone, very excited to be here. So great to see y'all. As Sarah mentioned, I was the executive director publisher of Scalawag, which is an abolitionist media organization based in the South. And I like to say that I was an accidental publisher. Like, I didn't go to journalism school. At no point was I like, yeah, let me run a newsroom. But it happened, and I had a huge learning curve. I had a lot that I had to figure out, but I was also very fortunate that there were other Black women, Candace Fortman at Outlier, Wendy at MLK 50, Jaquanda at Flint Beat, meeting Sarah, who were around me trying to figure out the same things, like how do we run these news organizations, how do we grow them, how do we sustain them? And so it really felt like we had this sort of informal network happening of support for each other. And eventually we got to the point where some of us said, hey, what does it look like for us to formalize this a bit more, to spend more time together, to be more intentional about creating a network of support. And so that's how the Lord Society was started. And that's something that we've been doing for a few years now, and really thinking about how do we make that more formalized, especially as many of us transition out of our roles and new folks come into leadership, making sure that they have that same sort of network of support and also network of safety that we had. So that's really how we got started. But I think what's really critical about the work that we were able to do individually and together is, like, a lot of us have stories of folks didn't really think we were going to mess around and do what we were able to do. I don't think that when I came into leadership at Scalawag, folks were going to be like, yeah, Scalawag is going to be a model for how we practice just journalism in this industry. But that's like exactly what happened. And so, I think being able to say, like, no, we're not, generally Black women are not the leaders that folks look to build the models, and yet we consistently do it and we do it well. We're not just leaders in community engagement or reaching audiences that other newsrooms swear they cannot reach. We're also leaders in building revenue models and building products that folks love and enjoy. And so I think it is really critical for folks to have that awareness and really be looking to us as the leaders that we are. And
just say a word or two about Audre Lorde.
Oh, yeah. So for those who don't know, Audre Lorde was an organizer and a poet and a writer and a radical queer feminist. And I think, the reason that we settled on naming the network the Lord Society is because Audre Lorde has a really famous quote that I'm sure many of you have heard: the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And so for us, understanding, like, working within journalism, we were not going to be able to use the same tools that white-led newsrooms have built and used to be able to change journalism. We were going to need to do something different, especially if that change was going to result in the communities that we serve and love and are a part of actually being able to have access in the ways that we haven't previously. So that is, yeah.
And I definitely want to get into, like, what are those new tools later, because there's going to be a lot of dismantling that has to happen.
That's real.
And we definitely need some new tools. So, Lauren, you and Akoto Afori-Ada, two Black women, co-founded and started Capital B in 2022. What was the impetus for that? And I'm just curious, like, 2 years later, how has that journey shifted, or is it straight ahead, what you envisioned?
Yeah, so Akoto and I met in 2010, and we both worked at The Root. And so we sort of forged our working relationship in startup, it was a startup at the time, in startup Black media, and stayed friends, stayed connected even as we left and went our separate ways. And in 2020, Akoto was the managing editor of The Trace, which is a nonprofit news organization that focuses on gun violence in America. And I was the editor of Vox. And 2020, as we recall, was, you may have blocked it out, but it was quite a time. And it was a time for our country, but generally with COVID, with the election, but very specifically the things that were happening with COVID, with the election, with the murder of George Floyd, were directly impacting Black communities around the country. And at the same time, there was a reckoning happening in mainstream newsrooms where Black journalists were saying, we have not been listened to. We have been told that our lived experiences make us biased in covering stories that are about our communities. And all of these things were happening at once. Also, we're under lockdown. And it really started to make me and Akoto think about the importance of serving audience. There's a time, at this time, people can do pretty good stories on what's happening in Black communities. But who's it for? And what do Black communities need in these moments more than ever is high quality news and information. And so we both said to ourselves, if everything's gonna be this hard, if work's gonna be this hard, if life is going to be this hard, if journalism is this complicated, we need to be doing this work, putting our blood, sweat, and tears toward increasing news for our communities. And so we both stepped away from our jobs and launched Capital B, which is a local national news organization. We have a national newsroom that covers issues that affect Black people across the country. We now have 2 local newsrooms, one in Atlanta and one in Gary. And our mission is to just create more for Black communities.
Excellent, thank you. Well, we'll get into that more. And Jacqueline Hill, you are an amazing talent. Which I don't know if you would consider yourself a podcaster. Do you?
Oh, I consider myself a podcaster.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's a loaded term now.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
I didn't want to, I don't want to assume. But the work that you've created, though, has broken through in this very kind of white male-dominated space. And we saw, the Joe Rogan, we know how powerful and influential these podcasts, when they take root, can be. And so I'm curious, tell us a little bit, as a Black woman and a podcaster in this space, how have you been able to differentiate yourself and really cultivate audience that resonates and that's growing?
I think, so one of my favorite things about the audio medium is its intimacy. I think it is the oldest way that we have shared information, not necessarily, on our phones, on these podcatchers, but I just imagine, even back in our caveman days, we were surrounded by the fire, and there was probably someone who knew all the cave gossip and the goings on, and they were the person sharing. Or I think of that African tradition of the griot, and I think that podcasting is sort of just the latest in doing that. And what I think makes my work stand out, makes the work of different people stand out, is the fact that so much of podcasting is actually about personality. I think that's where it differs a little from traditional terrestrial radio. our media landscape is fractured more than ever, so it's really about leaning into the audience you want and really developing a relationship with them. And I think podcasting is able to do that in a very particularly special way. I think especially the show I'm working on now, Explain It to Me, you have listeners calling in, you begin to develop a relationship with your listeners, and it's this active conversation. And we see these white guys on their couches with their microphones getting these multi-million-dollar deals. Yes, and it can be frustrating seeing the resources go to those places, especially when you're a person who's concerned about craft and audience and facts. But I think
Imagine that.
But I think the plus side is, even if you don't have, if you're not number one on the iTunes charts, and if you're not getting these multi-million-dollar deals, you're still developing this really close relationship with your audience. There was, I think it was by Acast, maybe last year, that podcasters are some of the most trusted people in media right now. It's one of the few places where there is still that trust in media, and that's something that I do not take lightly. So I think, okay, if I have audience, if I've built this trust, how do I develop that relationship with them? And it really comes down to being yourself. I'm not a white guy. I don't know if you all noticed, but I'm not a white man. And I lean in, not into just my identity, but my own interest, my own lived experiences. And I think that can really help you stand out in such a crowded market.
Yeah. And, I've been in radio, and it's Black talk radio. So when you talk about that interactivity and that trust and cultivating those audiences, I think that the thing that I say about radio, which applies to podcast and audio, is that there's an intimacy and an anonymity at the same time. And that's something that that particular platform, I think, really cultivates, and that also engenders trust. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing in that space. So, we titled this panel, Listen to Black Women. And the subtext or the foundation of these conversations is all about the 2024 presidential election, what we learned. And, it is undeniable that Black women showed up in a very powerful way in this particular election cycle, because we had our first Black woman, Black and South Asian woman, as the Democratic nominee. And I don't know if everybody remembers, but when President Biden had that terrible debate performance, the calls for him to step down happened almost immediately, and there were a laundry list of white men, basically, who were being thought to be the appropriate standard bearer. Kamala Harris wasn't really being talked about that much. And then when she did get the nod, the win with Black women, there was this groundswell immediately. And I think Capital B wrote a piece that said 44,000 Black women raised $1.4 million for Kamala Harris in like one day. And so, and the fact that Black women played such a pivotal role, and it demonstrated that Black women have always been kind of the backbone of the Democratic Party. And then we have the outcome of the election, and I want to know, and I want each of you to answer this, like, the uptick of support for Donald Trump among all demographics except Black women. 92% of Black women voted for Donald Trump. Black men, Latino men, Asian Americans, white women, like, what does this kind of broad uptick of support for Donald Trump in, against someone who is so wildly qualified, what does that say to you, and what did it reveal in your reporting? Like, what did your reporting tell us? What happened with all of those demographics, except Black women, for that outcome to happen across the board? Who wants to take a stab at that? Go ahead,
I
Lauren.
guess I'll start. So I would be hesitant of any like sweeping conclusions at this point about what actually happened in the election. But I do remember when Kamala Harris became the nominee, it was sort of a controversial topic, and I understand why, because the way that the question was being framed was framed in problematic ways, but people didn't really want to talk about like the implications of a Black woman being the nominee. And I still think that people don't want to talk about the implications of a Black woman being the nominee. Like if you look at any pundit, give their laundry list of reasons why she lost, they never want to give that one.
You mean like racism and sexism?
Yes. They never want to give that one. And maybe it's never going to shake out that we have that very clear answer. But I think Black women have an idea that had something to do with it. And I think in an environment where there is racism and sexism across the board in our country, and also a lot of people are angry about a lot of other things, it created the conditions for this exact electoral makeup.
Outcome. Sierra, thoughts?
Yeah, I think anyone who knows me is not going to be surprised by what I have to say by this. I think that this is the sort of natural result of late-stage capitalism. People are broke, y'all. People don't have no money. They want some money. They need some money. And I think what's like true historically in our nation is that in times when people are broke, they vote for Republicans. They vote for the conservative party. They believe that is the party that is going to put more money into their pockets, even though that's like in the long run, like not actually true in how economics work, and we can blame that on the erosion of civic education and folks not understanding how markets work and how the economy works. But so to me, that's not surprising that demographics of people who have either always felt entitled to money and that they deserve money would vote for Donald Trump, and people who are also being sold an American dream that we know is not actually a reality, that if you come here and you work hard, you will get money, then turn around and vote for this person for president. And I don't think in any stretch of the imagination does it make sense for somebody who wants money to believe that this Black woman Democrat is gonna be the person who puts that money into their pocket. So I think, yes, it is racism, yes, it is sexism, and it's also the very real reality that people are very broke.
Was that something that you saw, like, because I know that you weren't at Scalawag at the time, but covering the South, was that something that really resonated with the kind of that geographic area?
Yeah, I think as a organizer and someone doing movement work in the South, and really thinking about and understanding the very real material conditions that people are up against and facing right now, and also just understanding people's behavior and what they do, and also the narratives that permeate, that lead folks to make the decisions that they do. Yeah, I do think all of those things together is sort of what leads me to be here. But I also think, to Lauren's point, maybe it is a little early to make sort of sweeping generalizations about what happened, but I do think people were very vocal about the fact that they need money. I think we also saw a lot of people be vocal about the fact that they feel like they had more money when Donald Trump was last in office than they did when Joe Biden was in office. And again, that goes back to how does the economy work? It is a cyclical thing. This was not Joe Biden's economy, et cetera, et cetera. But when people don't know that and they're listening to certain news stations that are feeding them certain narratives about whose fault it is that they don't have any money, again, I don't think it is surprising that this is where we landed.
JQ?
I think both Lauren and Sierra hit the nail on the head. I mean, I think it's going to be a while before we have the conversation about. There were lots of factors, I think, in why Harris lost, and sexism and racism are definitely factors that play into that. We saw during the election that even she didn't want to talk about identity, and I think because of that reason, we may never be able to have a really satisfying conversation about it. It's interesting. In the days after the election, you know, I found myself scratching my head thinking like, oh, this is not how I thought it was going to play out demographically as far as the polling went. And I ended up having a conversation with a friend of mine who is a union organizer based in Baltimore. And when I just brought up these questions, like, I don't understand, I didn't think it would go this way. The breakdown, et cetera. And he said, I can tell you do not interact with poor people on a regular basis. And I gotta admit, he tugged my wig a little bit with that one. I'm like, you may be onto something. Because it's this idea, I don't think, you know, people voted for Trump because of Trump. I think he just represented change, you know? He was saying, I'm totally different from Biden. You don't like what's going on. I am not the same thing. And I think for a lot of people, especially, you know, if they're not necessarily as media savvy, as clued in, if they are too busy working and trying to make ends meet to, you know, take the time to read the article, let alone, you know, pay to get past the paywall. The question isn't how are things going to change? What's the best change for me? It's just, I need something different. I will do whatever. And we've seen that not just here, but in democracies across the globe. I think, you know, most countries that have had elections, where we had a record amount of elections last year, most of them did not go with the incumbent party. I think a major factor was the fact that she is a Democrat. She wasn't necessarily willing to distance herself from Biden and maybe carve out that space. And, you know, we can do all the Monday morning quarterbacking in the world. That could probably be a totally different panel. But yeah, I think for those of us that are making media, making news, I think that we are not necessarily as keyed in with our audience or the audience that we want. Our audience isn't our audience, they're not paying attention. And I think that is a major factor. And the onus is a little bit on us for that.
I hate to like ring the protect local or grow local news, fund local news bell, but I think like something that you said is a huge part of it. I mean, I think we do a lot of reporting in rural Black communities, and we cover Black people, and our audiences are Black, so that's my framework. I'm not talking about the entire electorate here, but I think something that we find particularly in rural communities where there's less news or there's news deserts is just a sense of what's gonna help me tomorrow. Not, you know, and why am I struggling today? And I think when there are, you know, overwhelmingly Black people vote Democrat, and they still did, but I think the shifts had to do with, one, people don't have that much information about the election, about policies. You know, we would talk, I still don't know who she is, I still don't know her policies. She doesn't have any policies. Like, we heard that a lot. And we also heard, like, I don't even hardly know who these people are, but like the hospital down here closed, or it takes me an hour and a half to get to work. And, you know, all of these other issues that they don't feel are currently being addressed. And there's not enough information to help folks make decisions about what's next. And so change is change.
I think, so I totally agree it's multifactorial. There's a lot of things it's gonna be unpacked. But me, I'm going with racism and sexism. Seriously, I am. I'm going with that as a significant element in what happened. You look at Barack Obama, a man who won twice, which, you know, the conditions were different. You look at Hillary Clinton, who won the popular vote, but, you know, lost the Electoral College. You have now the timing for Kamala. She had 3 months. You know, like that was definitely.
That was racist.
I'm just
put in these positions
I'm
to
just-
like
right,
try to
right,
clean up
right.
and have no time and no give them
Right.
away.
Exactly.
It's the glass ceiling. Everything goes to crap. You put a woman of color at the top, and then when things continue to go to crap, you don't give her the resources. Do you? No.
Well, she
You don't
did
give her-
raise a ton of money. Her campaign raised a lot of money in
record amount.
in a short period
Record amount.
of time. But I just think that, and you know, I am president of this Black Talk radio station, WURD, in Philadelphia, and we are engaging with our communities. And I would hear Black men say, I just don't like the way she laughs. You know, I just, you know, there's like this discomfort around the gender thing for sure among a lot of men. And I think that we don't take sexism as serious, especially in the Black community, as we should, because I believe that it is much more, it is much more front and center than we acknowledge. And Black women have historically chosen race over you know, gender issues because the movement, you know, required that. But anyway, I'm going with racism. Sorry, y'all.
Well, you
That
know,
sounds fair.
when the election is as close as it was, when like literally a handful of votes make the difference, I think it's easier to say that could, you know, many different small factors in various communities could make the difference, but like, yeah, not that many people even have to be
Right.
racist or sexist for the entire thing to shift, you know,
Yeah.
or to have a different opinion about Kamala Harris's capabilities.
Yeah, and I think there was a big miscalculation that reproductive justice and reproductive rights would resonate with white women voters a lot more than it did. Or maybe it resonated, but they sure didn't vote in the numbers that they could have around that particular issue. So we'll move on. We'll move on. And this, I'm going to start with you, Lauren, for this one, because I was reading some background information about Capital B, and you reference that Capital B is following in the tradition of the Black press that was started in 1827 with the first Black newspaper, Freedom's Journal. And obviously that was a time when, you know, the Black press was advocating for the humanity of enslaved African women, men, and children. So I'm wondering, you know, and what I realized is like the Freedom's Journal and the North Star, which was Frederick Douglass, those newspapers only lasted for maybe like a year.
Yeah, they were really strong.
I mean, they were the first and they did great work, but they were not sustainable. So I'm wondering, and this is really something for everyone, what is needed now to build and sustain a vibrant Black press today? Money dollar bills
is a big one, but I also, audience. I mean, I think that and they're connected, right? But like the ability to reach people with important information has drastically and dramatically changed over the last 5 years. And it is continuing to change dramatically and drastically. And, you know, you can do everything you need to do to create news that's important, that's relevant, and it just needs to get to people. And the combination of, you know, being able to have the resources to do the amount of work and the body of work that is needed, the expensive reporting that's needed to create impact and change, you can't do it on a shoestring. You just can't. And
which is how most Black media has operated forever.
Yes, I mean,
like
it's
on a
the idea
shoestring.
that it should be enough.
Right.
And when we, you know, came up with the idea for Capital B, we came up with the network model, you know, where we have a hub and different newsrooms, because we wanted to figure out a way to centrally resource a growing number of newsrooms and serve the most people that we could throughout the country. But it's not just about, I mean, it's not a problem that's only facing the Black press. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a general press problem, but we have to figure out a way to fund this important work that I believe is essential to healthy communities, to civically engaged communities, and it's a lot. It's going to require a lot.
Yeah.
Continue to require a lot.
Absolutely, and the revenue streams are changing, and they're dwindling in a lot of ways, which is a big part of why we started URL, was to really try and figure out how we could better resource Black and brown media organizations that are doing amazing work, that are serving communities, but don't have necessarily the infrastructure or the revenues or the amplification to get the visibility. But I wanted to just Sierra and JQ, any thoughts? I know you're with mainstream media, but you're a Black journalist.
Yeah,
so
that never stops.
So yeah, do you want to weigh in? Like what needs to happen to? And I'll reframe it a little bit for you. Like what needs to happen to make sure that Black voices are centered, are strengthened, especially in this moment when we know there's all of these rollbacks, and it's going to be rolling way back after Monday.
Not Walmart.
I mean, way back. So, what do we need to do to support these voices and this work?
I mean, that's the literally multi-million-dollar question. I think for those of us that are in the room, trying to stay there and trying to get our stories told as much as possible, and that can be a challenge. And sometimes you have to go through the back door about it, like through the cracks. At the end of the day, I wanted to tell a story about this Black girl in DC, in the district, not in Washington, because I think when people talk about DC, they're often talking about Washington. They're thinking Congress, the White House, all of those things. But people live and work and build lives here. I am one of them. Like, we are an actual city full of actual people. And I think, when you talk about the policies that impact us most, that can often be a backdoor to tell those Black stories. That's at least what I try to do with my work. Because, it really is wild. You'll start researching a story, and then you find, wow, this exists because of some racism that happened a very long time ago. Like, everything just sort of goes back to this place. And I don't know, it's just like, if you're in the room, fight to tell those stories. But it's hard, especially with the state of the industry now, like even, having a job. So I think for those of us that are in those rooms, try to tell those stories as often as possible. If you're in the position where you're an editor, where you're the person making the calls, thinking, okay, how can I assign these stories? How can I make sure these stories get highlighted? And I'm not gonna pretend, it can be difficult at times.
Sierra, what are you thinking about this one?
Let me get in my newsroom sustainability soapbox real quick. No, I have so many thoughts. I think one, the legacy Black press is still alive and very active. It would be, I think it would be easy to move millions of dollars to them. Yeah, philanthropy, hello. But then we make up all these rules about we can only move money to nonprofits, and there's an issue that these organizations are for profits, even though we understand the importance of building Black wealth. I don't know, that doesn't make any sense to me, even though they've been doing community engagement work well before all these other white-led newsrooms decided to do community engagement work. Seems
been publishing
odd.
for 100 years.
100 years, have you kept a business alive for 100 years? Maybe 10, I don't know. Very strange behavior. I also think, being able to reach audiences and what it takes to actually grow an audience in this digital age is immense. It takes a ton of resources. You need a whole social media team to be able to even raise awareness and bring people in at the top of the funnel, you also have to understand SEO and how to optimize for search. And then you have to bring people to your site, and your site has to be optimized. And then you have to have a newsletter and multiple newsletters because you have to reach segmented audiences and on and on and on. And they want you to do that for $250,000. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. So it's just like, we're asking folks to do things that don't even like make sense with the amount of money that doesn't even make sense for like what is actually required to have the sort of impact that we want them to have. You know, philanthropy is a really big part of this, but also like bringing in revenue from individuals, from our readers. That's something that's actually like very new within news and within journalism because of advertising. So also remembering that we are in a transition period as well, where folks are having to shift from thinking about how do I get money from advertising to like, actually my audience matters not only because like I need to reach them, but also I need them to give me some money. And so that's a new practice. And so I think, again, just it's a confluence of factors always, but philanthropy could help a lot if they came up off those endowments.
Well, I also think that there are any number of like successful models out there, not just in Black media, but everywhere. But you have to take into consideration what may or may not be successful if you're serving underserved communities or under-resourced communities. One of them is reader revenue. And I think that is, you know, oftentimes we're talking to, you know, potential supporters or funders, and it's just like, well, I saw so much success with this other news organization. They make, you know, $2 million a year off of subscriptions, but, you know, they have a paywall, and it's like, well, we don't want to have a paywall. I mean, we want people to be able to access this information, and, you know, they won't if we have a paywall. And so there are different considerations to bringing more news to Black communities and also sustaining what's been there for 100 years that I think isn't always understood.
Yeah.
And I think in mainstream media is something that is a big potential. I mean, I think there's something, I was talked about 2020 when Capital B was started, or we came up with the idea of Capital B. That was such a different time. It brought on a lot of change in newsrooms and in the thinking that funders had about what to fund, but that has all fizzled. And, you know, a concern of mine, particularly for Black journalists who are in mainstream newsrooms, is that all that stuff that changed or that, you know, evolved after 2020 this moment is free reign to like get rid of all of it and go back to the way things used to be. It's happening in corporate America, and mainstream news is corporate America.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that that's a real potential challenge for Black journalists across the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been a Black media entrepreneur my entire life, my entire career, and it has been a nonstop struggle. And one thing that I will say, and I don't know whether it's gendered or racialized or whatever, but I know that we come from a tradition where you can make $1 out of 15 cents.
That's it.
And we get penalized for it. We get penalized for it because it becomes normalized, and the expectation is that you don't need, one, you don't deserve more, and two, you probably don't need it because, you know, you're figuring out how to survive. And so I would love to see, and I agree, the landscape is it's changing. But the thing that I also know is that, you know, everybody's talking about, oh, local news, it's dying. And well, our stuff has been like struggling forever. We know how to manage scarcity. We know how to continue to thrive amidst uncertainty and scarcity. But I would love to see, in this moment when we know that Black communities, brown communities are going to need our work more than ever, that there really is a renewed commitment.
Feels like a good time for reparations. Feels like a great day for reparations.
Well, speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, asking people who have been systematically ignored and undervalued and underserved to turn around and pay for something is crazy. That's bananas, y'all. Folks are owed access to news and information because we understand that news and information is power, and they have been kept away from that. So we shouldn't be really thinking about where is our ROI for communities of color anytime soon. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of apologizing to do, a lot of ownership to take, and a lot of money to move before that's true.
So I want to go back to this, this question or this quote from Audre Lorde: "For the master's tools will never, dismantle the master's house." And this is for all of us, all of you. What are the new tools that we need, that will be needed for what's ahead? And none of us really know. We can only have nightmares about it. But what are the new tools? I'll start with you, JQ. What are some of the new tools you think we need?
You know, I mean, are you thinking in terms of technology or skill?
Whatever, however you want to process it.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, I think if I did have the answer, I would, listen, I'd have a lot of money to give to a lot of black newsrooms right now. I know that for certain. Oh man. I think the first thing that pops up to mind is, how are we going to navigate this AI situation? You know, information is moving so quickly. Disinformation and misinformation, I think, move even faster. And I think battling that is going to be the big challenge. You know, I know people, and this is no shade, because I think, you know, if they're there, that's where we need to be. But I know people who get their news off Instagram, you know, who are like just scrolling through the comments like, oh, I saw it in, I don't know if you all, so I'm extremely online. I don't know if any of y'all, how online y'all are, but there's this video of Megan Thee Stallion where she's like, letters, big bold background. Don't believe everything with letters and big bold background, because there's something, I don't know what it is, you put a graphic online and it's in a certain font and people are like, I believed that to be true. And so we've seen lots of entities use those things in order to spread information. And I often think, okay, well, how do we counteract that, and what is our version of that? So I think I'm really looking at technology, but it's also just like, wait, maybe that's one of the master's tools, so that won't work. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Sierra.
I don't have a problem with Instagram. If you get your news from Instagram, that's so great. You know, and hey, I think that then it's incumbent on us to go where our audiences are and be on Instagram. And by being Instagram, for the newsmakers in the room, I don't mean post your latest story with a little picture to Instagram. That is not being on Instagram. That does not drive engagement. Your audiences are not going to build affinity for you. They're not going to become loyal supporters and then follow you off platform, which is what you need to get them to do to be able to get them to be actually in your audience. So it's like really thinking about audiences is, I think, and therefore thinking about people, which is a tool that I actually don't know that journalism has really employed historically, thinking about the actual people that they are talking to, and also having a theory of change. There are people, what do we want them to do? I think oftentimes it has been true that journalism has been like, we're just here to tell you the story, and then we're out, and you figure that out on your own. And then we're like, oh no, people voted for Donald Trump. Well, you didn't really help them do anything else. You just gave them some information. So we have to make an active decision to be able to be like, actually, because we believe in democracy, and we believe that this person is actually not for democracy, we believe that this person, I personally believe this person is a fascist. Therefore, we are saying, hey, like, we need to be doing more to make sure that folks are moving in a direction that's going to help us uphold democracy. And so I think that's another sort of tool that, I know it's antithetical to journalism and how we've done this thing, but that is going to be really important if we count ourselves as a part of a group of people, a system of change that is moving toward a more just and equitable world.
I think, I was just going to say, I think the point about meeting audiences where they are is really important. I cannot tell you the amount of times I have talked to somebody and said, oh, I have a podcast, you should listen. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'll look it up on YouTube. And I'm like, girl, that's not a podcatcher, what do you mean? But that's where a majority of people get their podcasts. That's where, there was a study not too long ago, but the majority of like Black and brown people are listening to their podcasts on YouTube. Like they are just, we have to really start engaging not with where we want our audience to be, which is, our websites, our podcatchers, et cetera, but meeting them, okay, where are you actually? And can I get you to follow me from there? Because the answer actually may be no. It could be that we just need to camp out in these new spaces.
Yeah, and understanding that there's different people on the different things. A story from early Vox actually is Ezra Klein is founder of Vox. At the same time, Vox's YouTube channel was exploding. And at one point, Ezra posted on his Twitter, which had like 2 million followers or something, that one of Vox's YouTube videos. And a fan on YouTube reached out to our head of video and was like, I just want you to know Ezra Klein's stealing your YouTube videos. And because the YouTube fans had just nothing to do with that like policy wonk situation happening on Twitter, and had no idea that it was even the same Vox. And I think that's like a dramatic example, but thinking about who we're reaching in all of these different places is really important. I think for the way that Capital B is thinking about it, obviously meeting people wherever they are, but not investing too much into any one thing because it's changing rapidly, and like it's going to be different in 6 months. And what we are really focusing on over the next few years is an algorithm-proof audience. I think at this point we can very much say that the master's tools are social media platforms. And quite literally. And while our audience uses those things, and so we're going to use them too, but we have to find a way that we're going to be building in-person relationships with people on the ground, such that if Instagram changes its algorithm and the audience that we were reaching so well no longer even sees our content, that it is okay, because we have connected with people in person and we have forged these relationships with people in person, and Instagram was a bonus. And I also think that there are tools that we can still use and flip. I mean, I think that's what you were saying about Instagram, but I also think it's ways of thinking to connect with what you were saying about funding on a shoestring. I think it's ways to think about, how audacious I think, white, executives or nonprofit executives, because that's what I think about, are, and how much money they ask for. and what they say they need. When I first started out, we had a goal for how much money we needed to raise to launch Capital B. And I talked to someone, a white man who was very successful in the nonprofit news industry, and he was like, "Oh, you need 4 times that." Yeah. And he was like, "And you need to ask for it." And I was like, "What do you mean? How are we going to go? We don't have any. This is the most that we're going to raise." And he was like, "No. Ask for it."
And timing is everything.
Oh, our timing was
Your
really
timing
good
was
for that.
perfect.
But I think it really, our natural instinct, I think as Black women, but also as people who've been really beaten down by the industry year after year after year, was to
Lowball.
think as ambitiously as possible about what we wanted to do, but think about the smallest amount of money that could get us there.
Yep.
And that was 100% our mindset going in. And that flipped our mindset of no, we actually need all of this to do this. And there's just a mindset that we have going into things, I think, that is that is the opposite of that.
Yeah, that's great. One of the reasons I really love working so closely with Mitra is that our careers are so different. You know, she comes from the biggest of the big, CNN, these big media organizations. I came from independent Black media, and you know, I think we balance each other out really well, where she's like, you know, go for the moon, and I'm like, okay, let's.
Where's the ground?
Yeah, where's the ground? Let's. But one of the things I just want to weigh in terms of, you know, new tools. This isn't really a new tool, but it is a philosophy that I feel very strongly about, that we embody at WURD, my radio station, we embody at URL, is that we have to spend our money with organizations that value our communities and our work, and I, you know, you talked about capitalism and being in a capitalistic society. We are very intentional about, like one of the reasons we are streaming on Spill and not on Instagram is because Spill is a Black-owned social media platform. We have to, I think, in this new environment, be very judicious and very intentional about where and how we spend our money, because it matters, and it's going to, I think, reverberate in a lot of different ways. So I just, I feel really, really strongly about that. I think it's almost time to go to questions. We are going to do questions. I'm not sure where the mics are, but
Perfect.
yeah, Elliot, I think there's a question, an arm raised.
Hi.
Can you say your name? I'm from Talk Radio. You got to say your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Barbara Simmons from Philadelphia.
Oh, Barbara Simmons, all right. Philly in the house.
North Philadelphia, in fact. I'm chair of the International Law Section of the National Bar Association. And Justice, I'd like to ask, how many people in this room know that Africa has created its own version of the World Trade Organization? 3 people. The AFCFTA is a game changer. And we met with the Secretary General on Monday. He is committed to having African Americans involved in that process, and they want us to help get the word out. And what better than the Black media to do that? So I'm proposing that we work together for that, because he is being approached by all over the world, but he said he's committed to having us involved. So we have to step up with a strategic plan, though. So I'm looking forward to us working on that. I must say that back in March, the NBA met with White House staff and said, you're not getting the message out, that you need to involve Black media. And I think at one point, Sarah, I even said that to you, that we were pushing for that. We didn't see, I got 8 pieces of literature from the Trump campaign before I got 1 from the Democratic Party. When President Biden came to Philadelphia and had a event at Girard College, afterward he met with some of us. I personally said to him at that time, Black media needs to be involved in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
But I think that the only reason I'm not depressed, in fact, I'm excited, is because we've got to go global. And so with this AFCFTA, the sky's the limit, and they're waiting for us, and we need you to get that word out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that was a real pain point, and because WURD is in Philadelphia, it's in Pennsylvania, it was a major swing state. We actually did get advertising, political advertising, a lot actually from the Harris-Walz campaign. But I know a lot of Black and brown media organizations were kind of iced out. And I know when I tried to solicit for URL, on behalf of URL, we got nowhere. And so I do think that there was a real kind of mismatch and a missed opportunity for them to have been more intentional. I don't know if any of you all, Lauren,
Oh, I mean, I think it was very clear what their strategy was.
digital.
In a short amount of time, go to the podcasters. But I, obviously we tried, and every other Black-led news organization I know that tried, got shut down.
nowhere?
Yeah.
Whew. Well, that's one of the things they need to revisit. Other questions? Yes. Can you say your name?
Dion Rabowen from a new venture called the Black Press. I've heard of, I think each of you kind of mentioned the state of journalism or the state of the news industry. And I think because you all come from such different backgrounds or you're representing such different organizations, I'd be interested to hear from each of you, what is the current state of the media?
Current state of media?
Media, journalism, the industry.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Like, I would say it's absolutely essential. I mean, I think it's absolutely essential and is getting more critical all the time. But I think the business models are
when we talk about
broken.
the state of it, that's, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the struggle of the business.
Yeah, the business models are really fractured and broken and need to be reinvented.
Yeah, and I think that there's energy in the nonprofit space. There's energy around figuring out the solutions. I think in the commercial space, it is much more bleak because we're getting to a point on the news, on the print side, where there's like one newspaper that's financially successful and a couple of others that are managing, and then everything else seems like just an enormous struggle. And I think, the same is true on the digital side. And so there's major questions to grapple with over the next 4 years about what is going to happen to, the institutions, the major institutions, press institutions in our country. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff happening in smaller, more experimental corners, but I think the big dogs are in trouble.
Yeah.
Giving media bailout.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's also.
Although I don't think that's going to happen under this administration.
I mean, I think the philanthropic world is, to me, seems like the only sector that's kind of trying to step up in a big way. Press Forward being this, collaborative initiative with multiple journalism philanthropies to try and put $500 million of funding into local and media journalism in general. I do think government, there are some glimmers of hope in terms of like New York City, California. There's certain states that are looking at ways to fund community media through government, government subsidies, and also like kind of prioritizing Black and brown community media for ad spends. But I think that it's kind of bleak right this second.
Yes. And I think there's a ton of uncertainty going into the next 4 years and what
When the media is like public enemy number one.
right, or even worse, if the billionaire class behind some of the most influential news organizations don't want to be public enemy number one like they were last time, and what they'll do to not make that happen.
Does anybody else want to answer that question, or do we have other? Yeah, we have a bunch of
there are a lot
questions.
of
Wow.
questions.
Okay.
Hi, I'm
Sure, he
Kavita.
can
It's so
answer
great to see so many of you, people that I admire. I direct the Asian Media Initiative at CUNY's Journalism School. We support community-based journalism for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders alongside the Black and Latino media initiatives. And I think the elephant in the room that I keep thinking about that we did not talk about in this conversation is xenophobia. And one thing that we look at the history of Black and brown media and AAPI media and queer media is that it was historically quite transnational and quite global, not only in scope, but in terms of community engagement and in audiences that were engaged. And that was actively dismantled by the US government Speaking of MLK, we know his experience of being actively treated as an enemy of the state, and we saw that across the board. I'm wondering now, going forward, what your thoughts are about how we can address democracy in transnational contexts, where we have diasporic communities. In New York right now, 25% of the Black community is immigrant, right? And we know that that's the case for all of our communities, Black and brown communities. Our communities need information about what's happening in countries of origin, and these narratives, these xenophobic narratives, the oldest narratives in the world is that immigrants are to blame for your problems. That narrative has been pushed forward across the board in transnational spaces. I have a colleague who has been doing some research using our directory of AAPI media, and he's looking at the capacity of local, in-language, independent newsrooms to set a news agenda in the face of the enormous amount of work and pressure that's coming from state media and privately funded disinformation campaigns, and they just do not stand a chance. So when you talk about engaging in digital spaces, obviously very important to point out that there are places like Spill, but how can we push back against these transnational convergence fascist efforts, basically to demonize the most vulnerable at a time when we know with growing climate change that the majority of the world will be immigrants soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think I love this question as a Southerner. I think that something that being from the South has taught me is that our struggles are tied together, and that so much of the really repressive and harmful things that we see happening in the South, which is, you know, the part of the country with the most Black people, are also being practiced across the globe. And so, you know, there is an ongoing genocide in Palestine, and being able to understand that the same training that the cops in Atlanta are getting is the same training that is happening in Palestine with the military. That is who taught them what they are doing in Atlanta. And so being able to tell narratives and stories like that help folks understand that this is a larger global epidemic. And it is not just something that is happening to us in this country. We are so US-centric. We are so focused on ourselves. But that we need to be practicing solidarity. And what are those solidarity narratives that we should be telling and sharing? And how does that converge with the things that we've been talking about around audience reach, and being able to get those stories out there in ways that have not been, you know? The narrative for the right is so easy, hate. The narrative for us is more complicated, love. People have a hard enough time loving themselves. How do we teach them to love other people that they do not know who are very different from them? And yeah, so what does that look like? What do those narratives look like? I know that's something that y'all think about a lot at URL and other organizations, but like, I think that's sort of at the heart of that. And how do we move that have that not just be a theory, but an actual practice, which I think is where the gap is right now.
Other questions? Yes.
Sonia Ross, Black Women Unmuted.
Oh, hi, Sonia.
Hi. A quick question for the whole panel here. Could you give me your assessment on how good a job or bad a job our industry did of meeting its specific fourth estate obligation where undergirding democracy is concerned with the coverage of this 2024 election? And maybe we want to dial it back to 2020, fine, but how well a job did we do of meeting what we are supposed to be doing in reporting what's going on in the actions of the governors that affect the lives of the governed?
Who wants to take a stab at that? How good of a job did we do in this election to hold, I guess, the powerful to account and to really be that kind of arbiter of truth?
I think it's hard to give like a holistic answer to that question, because I think that even within the same news organization, there can be just like wildly different ways that people have performed. But I also think that there are a lot of ways this election that I think I saw news organizations trying to be better. Mm-hmm. But this is happening at the same time, and I keep going back to this, but at the same time where the distribution methods and the levers for sharing that information, we're actively suppressing it and amplifying things that weren't true. So I think those incremental improvements that were made, don't matter because I don't think people could see it or find it or read it.
I think we improved quite a bit, especially I think compared to 2016. Mm-hmm. That being said, trust was lost then. Trust was lost before then. Mm-hmm. And if you're doing a better job, sometimes it doesn't matter if people don't trust you to begin with.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. I don't think we did such a, I mean, not we. I think that I did a great job.
You did a great job.
No, but I'm just thinking about, I'm thinking about mainstream media that does have a lot of resources, that does have a lot of influence. And I personally feel like there was a lot of validating of Donald Trump. There was a lot of normalizing his crazy. Mm-hmm. And I think that was problematic. You know, he was never someone that you could cover like the both siderism and I thought we learned that from his first, presidency. And I just felt like there was, and maybe it's an unwinnable situation because, you're trying to be balanced and fair and all of those things, which you're trying to, that is a baseline tenet of journalism. And if we go back to the NABJ kerfuffle,
oh my God,
where, a lot of people were like, he should not have even been invited because he's a fascist, because he's, like not a credible candidate.
A reliable narrator.
And so, but there was a lot of like controversy around that. And so I think he is like a real, he is a complicated figure because he lies, he's just not even trying to be,
And our response to that is like to fact check him.
Right. So I personally think that there were some flaws in the way that the general approach to him and his behavior was normalized and kind of co-signed in some ways.
I think as we move to the next question, I'll quickly say I think something that we did at Scalawag is really think about when we are talking about covering power, what kind of power are we reporting on? And I don't think that as journalists we do enough to cover the power of communities and power of movements. And so, when you continue to just cover politicians, to just cover folks who have all the power and have always had all the power, there will be a certain narrative around power that people believe. But when you actually start to cover people power and report on people power, people will start believing in themselves and in their ability to build movements and build together. And so I think that is something that we have a lot more work to do around. There are people in your community right now who are doing extraordinary, incredible things, who are bringing people together to create and affect change, and no one is talking about the work that they're doing.
I think we have time for maybe like one or two more questions. Okay, yes.
Hi. I'm Natalie Gosica, a recovering journalist.
Freedom.
I'm now a nonfiction book editor, and I could tell you all sorts of parallels between publishing and the media, news media. I'm really interested in this question of reaching people with, all these amazing efforts that are being done locally across the country. I saw what I thought was a brilliant description of how the public consumes news media today, that they bump into it as part of their daily lives. Either they'll bump into it because they put the car on and there was news at the top of the hour, or they're in a family WhatsApp group and somebody sends a story that way. They're not actively, oh, it's 6 o'clock, I gotta watch the local news. I've gotta subscribe to my local paper. How do we deal with that problem? Because I think one of the other challenges of the presidential, and I'm with Sarah, racism and misogyny, the presidential happens in a vacuum of what was happening in your state for the last 4 years, right? Your congressman did not vote for...
Your city.
Yeah, or your congressman did not vote for the Inflation Reduction Act or the infrastructure bill or support, caps on Medicare prescription. Like, it is a complete and utter vacuum. And the resources that mainstream media, and as a graduate of about as mainstream as you can get, ABC News, NPR, Washington Post, it's asymmetric, right? It's asymmetric how much we focus on the presidential versus something else. So I would love to know how you address this issue of, yes, we need to meet people where they are, but are they going to respond to us? And there's a second part to this that Mitra is going to ask.
Hi, I'm so sorry we're cheating. I know.
You did that last night, too.
I did. Hey, everyone, I'm Mitra Khalida, the co-founder of URL Media. My question is so simple. Black women, how do you feel about brown women right now? And how do you feel about white women right now?
Is this directed at me?
Yeah.
And we having a moment here? I don't know,
if you can't talk about how you feel,
No, I think it's
we're live streaming, so I gotta make sure that we're behaving.
we'll be
If you
very
can't talk about how you're
chill.
feeling, how will you cover that sentiment? And I can dive into what I mean by that, but I think you all know post-election.
So it's two questions. Two questions.
Yeah.
How do Black women feel about brown women? And the other question is how do you engage audience? Like, how do you get to audience? How do you get them to respond? How do you?
How do we reach them when they're not in a state to? They're not consuming news, and our competition is not just other news. It's Netflix. It's 3 jobs.
It's the whole internet.
Yeah.
We need to connect with more. I mean, I think something that this moment requires is that we need to connect with more trusted messengers and communities. I think we need to help create more journalists, but even if they're not like capital J journalists, we need to connect with the people who disseminate, because there's always someone who disseminates information in communities. Everyone wants to say it's the barbershop always, but there's so many different places, there's so many different kinds of people who are information gatherers and information givers. And I think we as journalists need to get off of our high horse about what a journalist is or isn't, and start to work with people in communities to partner to do the work of information disseminating together.
Go ahead, JQ.
I was going to say, I also think it's this idea, it's like, okay, people are bumping into news, so we need to be in the places where they're bumping into news. And I think part of that starts with having a natural curiosity about the people in your life who aren't necessarily, maybe don't come from the same socioeconomic background, or work background, or education background, and just, asking a few questions like, where'd you find that? Or what did you look at today? And I think maybe for a lot of people, they don't have those people in their lives. And I think maybe if so, maybe look internally and be like, wow, why are all of the people in my life exactly the same? Maybe I should work to be in community with the people who I want to actually read and listen and watch my work.
I'm gonna put on my coach and consulting hat on here and just say, market yourselves, have a brand. I think most newsrooms, their brand is generic, local, high quality journalism. We report the news, and they think that folks care about that, and that's not true anymore because we are competing with the whole internet. So what is your brand? How do you stand out? how are people building affinity so that they choose you over this other thing over here? And do you have an advertising budget? Are you advertising yourself? When I went to the airport in Atlanta and I saw that the New York Times was advertising with like Questlove, I was like, dang, that makes me want to subscribe to the New York Times. And I'm not saying you have to do that because everybody ain't got a New York Times budget, but there are things that you can do to actually like market your newsroom with a brand that's going to resonate with people that would invite them into your audience. Mitra, I think to your question, another reason I love being a Southerner is because I think we understand the complex and nuanced ways of being of different people. And so I think it's really easy to say, like, this is white women's fault. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. Or like, this is not anybody else's fault. I think it's thinking about what is like very true for people and how they are and who they are. I think if we take white women in particular, they are also subject to the same sexist systems that we are. White women's survival has long been predicated on their ability to stay in the good graces of the men in their lives. And so when that is the case, even if you might personally feel a particular way, if the way that you've been raised is that your survival is dependent on this man, and this man says that we are doing this thing, you are more likely to do that thing because that is a part of your survival, but it's also a part of how you understand the world. And to think that we have done the work to help people understand the world in a different way, in a way that makes them more free personally, so that they can make collective decisions that support all of us, we haven't done that work. So then we can't be surprised that even when it goes against their own rights, or their own way of being, that people vote that the way that they do, or they do the things that they do. So I think that's really at the core of all of this, is like really thinking about, what do people believe about themselves and about what's true and what's possible, and helping them to be able to radically imagine something different.
And I would say to your question, Mitra, and we have these conversations a lot, I think that the anti-Black sentiments, anti-Black racism is something that's like in the air. It's like it is exported out of America. It is, like reinforced in America. You have people from Nigeria or Ghana who look at Black Americans as like less than, or, because the images, and that's why our work is so important, the images and the stereotypes that are exported and reinforced are oftentimes very negative. And so it is not surprising to me that other people, non-white people, have anti-Black racist leanings or tendencies, predispositions. So I think that we have to have very real and honest conversations. Like BIPOC, I know BIPOC is out of favor right now, but and with URL, we were very intentional about being multicultural, multiracial, multi-platform, because we believe that if we can have authentic coalitions, main word there, authentic coalitions, we can be so much more powerful.
That's right.
Black people are 13% of the United States. Alone, we're never gonna have the critical mass we have the cultural influence, we have a lot of influence, but we don't have the numbers. But if we're able to create coalitions that are predicated on respect and, love, all of those things, then we have a shot at changing the dynamics in this country, and definitely globally. Black and brown people are the majority globally. So I think, and one of the reasons that you and I are business partners is because you have been very clear that URL was going to be Black-centered, even as we are multicultural and multi-racial. And that to me is an acknowledgement of the unique experience of Black Americans in this country that is, that cannot be easily explained or easily, it can't be put under the rug, which it's about to go under the rug. The Trump administration is going to put it under the rug. But we have to assert who we are, and I believe that we need to coalition build with everyone who is like-minded and believes in solidarity, believes in racial justice and equality. So I'm getting the wrap-up sign. So I want to, we were supposed to end on like a really hopeful note.
That was it. That's it.
I'm just that is hopeful.
That is hopeful.
One last thing, I'm sorry, you guys, but how can we support each person's work up here? Because we're trying to build a community here. And so, JQ, how can people support your work?
Yeah, pull out your phone right now, open up your podcatcher of choice, and type in "explain it to me," and hit subscribe and or follow.
Come on.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies. I don't know, they deserve good podcasts too. And if you would like to ask a question where I give you a call and find out why you're asking the question, talk to some experts and get you an answer, you can call 1-800-618-8545. That's 1-800-618-8545.
All right.
And I will hear you in podcast land.
Excellent. Lauren, how can people support you?
Phones are still out. You can go to capitalbnews.org and sign up for our newsletter and get Capital B in your inbox and learn what we're about. And maybe one day you'll want to support us.
Sierra?
I don't need personal support right now, praise God, because I'm also a recovering publisher. So that's wonderful, and I think the best thing that you can do is support these women in their work, but also support Black media organizations that are fighting really, really hard to survive and sustain themselves.
And I would say download the Word Radio app. You can just go in the App Store, WURD Radio, and it's it's a free app. And you can also subscribe to our newsletter at Word. You can also go to url-media.com and subscribe to the URL Media suite of newsletters, and go to our website, which has an aggregation of some of the best multicultural media and news around Scalawag and Capital B and Word and lots of people who are in here, their work as well. So we are out of time. We're going to take a little break. Dishes are going to be cleared, and then next up is going to be a fabulous conversation with Mitra Khalida, Kenya Parham, and Don Lemon. So don't go away.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick scheduling note. The schedules on your table are a little off. We're going to replace those. But if you could be back here at 2 o'clock. I'm sorry, we'll give you 15 minutes, 2:05. Please be back here at 2:05 for the conversation Mitra will be having with Don Lemon and Kenya Parham of Spill. And you will see new updated schedules on your table. If you have any questions about the rest of the day, we're moving things up a little bit. Thank you all. Hi. If I could have everyone's attention, we are going to restart our program. Please take your seats, settle in. I wish I had the theater bell. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we are going to go straight into the opportunity before media now. Mitra Kalita, our co-founder, URL Media, will be leading the conversation, along with Don Lemon and Kenya Parham. So without further ado, Mitra, stage is yours.
Mine's on. Can you hear me? Don, is yours on?
I can hear you. Am I on? Yes. Hi, everybody.
Kenya, are you on?
Look at those sneakers.
Hello? Oh, thanks.
Are we
I
good?
actually,
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay.
I actually designed them on the Converse site, so just a plug for.
These lights are bright.
Yeah.
Holy schmoly.
Thank you. That was an excellent start to the day. I just want to shout out what we just saw. And there's a reason that we started by listening to Black women. We'll talk a little bit about that theme, I suspect, with our conversation right now. But as you saw, we actually dived way more into business models than I expected. I thought that was kind of inspiring. And so what we're going to talk about right now is the opportunity before media. And I have my former CNN colleague, Don Lemon, here. And then we have Kenya Parham from Spill, who we're super honored to be live streaming with, kind of representing the platform piece of this. I'm just going to give you a tiny bit of background so you know who you're about to hear from. And then we'll just dive right in. As was mentioned, I am the co-founder of URL Media. URL Media, as you all heard, is a network of 35 Black and brown media organizations. One of them is proudly, oh, thank you, Don. You can applaud for URL Media. Thank you. One of those partners is Epicenter NYC, which I co-founded with my husband, the artist Nitin Mukul, in 2020, the summer of kind of a lot of what we just talked about, the pandemic, the presidential election, and the racial justice protests. And we are based in Queens, so in case you're wondering what the heck does her shirt say, it says "She from Queens." I wear that proudly. And oh, thank you. There's some Queens in the house. And that's my background, but I was at CNN as my last big job for 5 years, where I worked with the illustrious Don Lemon. Don is a former anchor for CNN, the host of Don Lemon Tonight, and he later moved to CNN This Morning. Last year, he started the Don Lemon Show, which you can catch on many platforms. He'll tell us about that. I think it's important to note that he got his start in local television. We've talked a lot about the importance of local journalism in Alabama and Pennsylvania. He's a native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which comes up a lot when you talk to Don. Yes, there's some folks from Louisiana. And he attended Louisiana State University and graduated from Brooklyn College. Kenya Parham is the Vice President of Global Partnerships at Spill. All of you downloaded Spill, I believe, because you're going to catch the live stream later, but just keep on and let your friends know about it. We're really, really proud to be partnering with them today. She has a background in strategic comms, culture, and brand. She led her own firm, which worked with major entertainment brands like Discovery, Lionsgate, Amazon Prime. We talked a little bit about some of the film and TV shows she worked on last night as we were getting to know each other. Super, super impressive background in narrative. She's also worked as a political strategist and fundraiser.
including to Karen Bass, who's been in the news quite a bit. And I just want to acknowledge that Kenya joins us from Los Angeles, which right now to leave Los Angeles was no small thing. And we just want to say, we're with you. We're so honored that you're with us. Some of the work you've been doing, which I hope we dive into in the next hour, I know like where your heart is right now. And so we just want to say we're right there with you. And we're so grateful for that. She also attended Cal State Northridge. And so proudly, everyone on this stage is the product of a public university. I attended Rutgers University. And I know that's not always common at the National Press Club, so we're going to take our flowers where we could get them. So, you know, there's a lot of consternation, as I mentioned, over business models, mistrust in media. We're talking about the opportunity that both of you have seized. So I'm just wondering if we could kind of start with that journey. So Don, you and I both, we left the biggest of the big news outlet of CNN. It is the largest news website in the world. It still is, despite you know, kind of the downward trend in news consumption. Tell us a little bit about the Don Lemon Show, and then we'll talk about how that's different from what you were doing at CNN. But just tell us what the Don Lemon Show is right now.
I feel like my life is a Don Lemon Show, but which is actually kind of true because, and I'll explain. Because now, thank you for having me, by the way. How are you guys doing? And is it cold enough?
I know.
Oh my gosh! I thought I'd say I'm going south from New York to New York City. From New York City to DC, it's going to be warmer. No, it's not.
No.
So the Don Lemon Show is my show. It kind of says what it is, as they call it, the eponymous show. It's sort of what I did on CNN, but much more interactive with the audience. The audience actually gets a say in what I do. Sometimes, depending on the story, even what I cover. So it is that. But it is a much more independent, much more authentic, no false equivalency, no normalizing, and meeting people where they are. And right now, in this moment, people want authenticity. They want an organization, especially news people, who are going to stand up and hold truth to power, which is our job, to cover without fear or favor. So it is a much more authentic version of myself.
You curse a lot.
Not a lot. Just like recently I've been doing, but not a lot. But
I didn't know the side of you before.
No, not a lot. But when I do, people pick up on it.
Yeah.
Right, because they're not used to it. And you know, but I can give you 30 examples of people who are in conservative media who do it every single day.
Fair.
No one writes about it because it's not. You know. First of all, it's conservative media, and they have a leeway to do pretty much whatever they want. So I don't curse a lot, but I'll watch it now because people think that I curse a lot, so I'm not going to probably curse as much. You know, I'm going to do whatever I want. So that's what the Don Lemon Show is I do whatever I want. But the interesting thing is that I realize that I can have just as big an impact in a certain way without, you know, all the sort of sheen of traditional media, meaning the shiny anchor desk, all the makeup and all the things that I believe that that comes between the public and getting to know the person and feeling a connection with the person. And I'll just real quickly, just to give you an idea, if you haven't seen the Don Lemon Show, which is on YouTube, you can become a member or a subscriber. It's free to become a subscriber. And it's on Spotify, iHeart, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere. It streams everywhere all at once. When I started the Don Lemon Show, I went and spent all this money on a big set and camera equipment and lighting, and so I have a studio in Manhattan. And then I started doing the show a couple times a week, and I said, you know what? This seems very similar to what I was doing in cable, and I don't have a connection really with my audience. And just because I was a big deal in cable news, whatever, if you want to think that, doesn't mean that you're going to be a big deal in streaming. It's a completely different thing. Yeah. So I said, I want to have a connection with my audience. I want to be able to have them talk to me and I talk to them. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? Every day at 5 o'clock, in order to build this community, I'm going to do Lemon Live at 5. I'll do it from my home if I have to. I'll go live every day at 5 o'clock and just talk to the subscriber or potential subscriber. And I did that, and immediately it started to grow. Everyone on there says, we love this. We don't want you behind a set because that's what cable news is, and we don't want to watch that anymore. Look, I'm not disparaging cable news. They do a great job, at what they do. But that's not what people want in this digital world. And they said, we want you to be able to know you. If your dogs come in the picture, that's fine. If your dog is barking in the background, that's fine. Yesterday during the hearings, I said, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I have to go walk my dogs. They said, great, leave the stream up and come back. Right?
Right.
And it is shocking and surprising to me. That's what people want, and they also want me out on the street talking to people, getting man on the street.
I was going to ask you about the length, because that sort of feels...
So that's what it is. It's an authentic version. It's me, basically in my environment, giving the news and listening to people around the world. That's it.
Before we shift
Giving
to
a voice.
Kenya, do you think you're a member of the Black Press?
Yeah, I think I'm a member of everything. That's a very good question, Mitra, because I think during the election, the campaigns and the candidates didn't know quite what to do with me. They're like, well, is he a journalist? Is he a content creator? Is he a streamer? Like, what is he? And they sort of wanted to categorize it. And I said, I am all of those things. So am I a member of the Black Press? Yeah. But am I an independent media personality or journalist or host? Yes. Do I have a traditional mainstream background where I can do that? Yes. So I'm kind of in all of these places, and I'm just wherever the people want me. But yes, I do believe that I am.
We'll take you.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that I'm Black, but I'm just saying. URL Media, as a convener of the Black and Brown Press, I just sort of want to put that
But we
out
could
there.
use help. The Black and Brown Press can use help in this digital
Absolutely.
streaming world because we don't have the resources that the right has on this particular platform.
So Kenya, I want to shift to Spill. We've been talking about Spill. We're partnering with you today. What is Spill and why Spill?
We play spades on Spill,
I
by the way.
heard.
Okay, but anyway, go on, sorry.
So I had never met Kenya before last night, obviously. And so Kenya says to me, well, I've played spades with Don Lemon already. And I was like, you guys should just take over the panel. And anyway, go ahead.
Well, firstly, Mitra, thank you so much for having me here. And thank you to URL Media for hosting this incredible convening. The conversations have been so rich, and I have been tapping into the Tea Party stream on Spill, and folks are enjoying and commenting, and so hey, Spillionaires, what's up? I love that I'm sitting next to my spades partner that helped me, maintain my crown status of on the spades table at Spill.
I'm good, right?
No, he's very good. I want y'all to know the game it was over an hour.
Yeah.
And it was during, we were here in DC a couple months ago for CBC, for CBC.
Yeah, Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah, we were here, and Don was holding court at, out, and it was, so we have spades that you can play on mobile, on Spill. You can connect live video, live audio. So, all of the favorite parts about, tapping in and talking that talk. If you know that culture about spades, we were doing all of that, y'all, and had the chat flowing. It was great playing with, CEO of Spill, Fonz Terrell, and our editorial lead, RK Jackson. And that experience, was incredible because, we love meeting people where they are on Spill. Spill is visual conversation that moves at the speed of culture. We are redefining culture and connection in social and building incredible community that is identity-based and incredibly authentic as well. We are an app that is available for public download on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store and are still in beta. A lot of times people, thank you to the many journalists and from outlets in this room who have written about our rise and what we are doing at Spill. And because we have had so much press, a lot of times people think and forget that we are still a beta platform that is working to actualize our vision of creating a safer, more fun, more enjoyable space in social for everybody, and a platform that is very serious about protecting the culture-driving communities that create the lexicon, drive the trends, are the sayers of what's hot and what's not. And while other platforms are, rolling back diversity initiatives and talking about being less committed to catching bad things, Spill is a platform, and you can look at our community guidelines. I encourage everybody to go to spill.com and scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page. You can read them for yourselves, where we are very serious about not allowing misinformation to run rampant on our platform. We are very serious about protecting communities that have historically been at the margins, that we know, again, are culture-driving communities. And we enforce these rules with not just technology, but also humans who are culturally competent and trained on enforcing these policies.
And it's fun.
It's fun. And there's games.
And it's fun. Spill is a fun place, right? And we're bringing the joy back into social and finding a way also to have the necessary kitchen table conversations amongst our cultures that I think are really challenging to have on other platforms, where we're quite literally defending ourselves and from being attacked every couple seconds. So
during the rise of social media kind of early, right, not the last 5 years, maybe like 10, 15 years, there was this question of publisher versus platform. Like, are you a publisher, are you a platform? It feels like Zuckerberg, Musk have kind of decided where they sit on that. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Dawn of, do you think Spill is a member of the Black press?
We want to be a platform. First of all, Spill is an app for the world, right? Spill is an app that welcomes everybody who is in alignment with our mission and message. We are a team that was founded by and is led by many Black executives on our team, but we welcome everybody who believes in the same things that we do, which goes back to the last point that I said. And we believe that by uniting under these community guidelines that keep culture-driving communities safe, that keeps everybody else safe. We also think that creates an incredible open space for journalism to thrive and for the exchange of fact-based ideas to sow seeds and spark discussion and discourse amongst the communities who need that real information the most.
Thank you, Kenya. So we're talking about the opportunity ahead. I just do want to spend a little bit of time looking back at the 2024 election.
Oh my gosh.
You want to hold hands? We can go through this together.
So, how did you cover it?
How did I cover it? Well, what I love is that what I do now, it gives me a perspective and some time to reflect. I don't have to go on, and react immediately to, something is breaking, we have to be first, we have to get it on. And that's a great place to be, because you don't really get perspective and nuance many times. And many times right in the beginning when something is breaking or just happening, a lot of times the information is not accurate. And then you find out and you correct and you move on. That's just the nature of the beast. But I found the best way to cover the last election was, again, always having a connection with the audience and the American people. And so during the convention is when I really started getting to, but before it was just sort of covering it. This candidate is doing that. During when the Republicans were out there doing their thing, Donald Trump was not on the stage. Look, there were lots of antics. You didn't have to cover it because I think most folks knew Donald Trump is going to be he's going to be the nominee. And because even he wasn't taking the other guys seriously. So that was all kind of the show that didn't really mean anything, but it was fun to cover.
Can I just ask you on that point, did that feel freeing? Because in the mainstream media, they still had to kind of act like there was a process, right? There were still debates. He's not showing up at the debate, but everyone knows. By then, you were out, right? So can you react, is that more pragmatic in the way you're covering it, or is it?
It is more pragmatic because, look, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, someone could have an accident or something can befall them I don't want that to happen. I'm just saying anything could happen. And so you have to take it, no, I don't. I'm just making that very clear. You have to take it seriously, but again, you can also point out the odd nature of what is going on. And you don't have to pretend that, the frustrating thing for me was when I was in legacy media is false equivalency and having to give platform to people are lying and who are election deniers, who are insurrection supporters, who are basically exhibiting cult-like behavior, and they don't understand it. So I was just like, okay, I don't have to do that anymore. So yes, that was freeing. So in the beginning, you just kind of talk about the oddities of that. But then when it came down to where, everybody else was out, he became the nominee, and it was Joe Biden. Okay, so that was an interesting thing to cover, because I don't know if people remember when I was in legacy media, I asked the press secretary, is Biden gonna be, and I think the White House banned me. I think they got mad at me for asking that question, which was a perfectly legitimate question since he raised the issue of his race in the initial, in the first campaign, and then said he's gonna be a transitional figure, and then indicated that he may not run again. So I thought that was a perfectly legitimate question, but they got upset by it, and then so you guys all know how that has rolled out. And so I kept that in mind as I was reporting on this and really having a conversation, a dialogue with the folks who tune into me. So finally, when we got close to it, the conventions happened. The Democrats invited me to come to the convention. They said, your voice is missing, and we need you to come and, do some reporting and just be a part of it. And I said, okay, but I don't want to just fly there and go from New York to Illinois. I said, I'm going to get in a car, and if you want me to come, I will do it. But I'm going to get in a car, and I'm going to go through swing states, battleground states, on my way to Illinois from New York, and I'm going to talk to the American people. I'm going to listen to the American people. And I did that, and you would have thought that I had invented something new. And it gave me an indication that people weren't actually discussing. Everyone was in their bubbles. So I went to the Jersey Shore in New Jersey, and I started talking to people. And the demographic, immediately I knew, the demographic that you thought were going to be supportive of either candidate wasn't necessarily that way. That people had other ideas. I had black women saying, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. I had white men who looked like truck drivers and, everyday kind of dudes saying, I can't support him because he's a liar. And I was like, wait a minute, what is going on here? And so anyway, I went to the convention, they understood what was happening, but a lot of people were upset. The conservative press started calling me, can you come on, Fox News? Will you come on and talk about your interviews that you did in Pennsylvania and Ohio and whatever? And and I did some of that stuff. And then liberals or Democrats started calling me saying, you're making us nervous. Are you curating these things? I'm like, no, I'm not curating. This is what the American people are saying. And so I covered it just by speaking to the American people. And then just before the election, I did another battleground state tour from Florida on up back to New York. And it was then that I knew that Donald Trump had a very good possibility of becoming president of the United States, despite what the polls were saying, just from what I was getting, and that college students were going to vote mainly conservatively for Donald Trump. And so how did I cover it? Just by talking to people. That's how I covered it.
I'm going to come back to some of the relationship that you have with them. Kenya, you're still in beta. The 2024 election, kind of what parameters did Spill operate under? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, the beautiful part about being in beta tech and having grown the way that we did, and for those of you who are a little unfamiliar with our explosive growth story, we launched our Apple-only beta product, invite-only, in June of 2023, and within the first 30 days of our launch, actually within the first 2 weeks of our launch, we became #1 in the Apple App Store. Over 200,000 people found our platform. by single-use invite code only. And I want y'all to understand that for a woman who came from, advocating on behalf of civic engagement, incorporation for Black, brown, queer communities, starting in LA County and then went national, knowing how much money it took to try to convince folks to vote, which is their civic duty, right, and right as citizens. I was amazed to watch how excited folks were to have an invite code to join Spill, and how quickly hundreds of thousands of people found their way to our platform. And so that really kind of kicked us off and helped inform, really, and shape and inform the product roadmap that we had moving forward. And we opened up, and exactly the communities that we were seeking to center found us, right? And we were like, okay, well, we're onto something here. What was exciting for us is that we could also see that people wanted to have conversations and wanted to also have resources at their fingertips to be able to engage in their civic duty. And so it became an immediate priority for us as a platform to create a product inside of the platform or a feature inside of the platform rather, that centered those needs. And so we created a civic engagement hub that was available via a button in the top navigation bar on the main home feed, right in everybody's face, right? And we called it our Spill the Vote initiative. This was a personal project of mine, given my background that I was very passionate about. And we hosted links from iwillvote.org. Shout out to Beth and the amazing team over there for all the great work that they do. And users could tap on that button and see about 5 links where they could type in their address to check what was on their local ballot, have a link to be able to know what their voter rights were. So we had members who were holding their phone with their Spill voter rights, with the link from iwillvote.com with their voter rights in hand while they were in line at the polls, which was awesome. And then it also gave them an opportunity to, again, see what's on their ballot and see things from a local and national level. It was, and make their voter plan. And so we thought that that was really important to host that. Obviously recognizing that we are an app that is available for the world. We have a large amount of users that are US based, and that was a decision that we made. While other platforms were creating, stickers that you could put into your story, we wanted to put that right in everybody's face, right? Here is a suite of tools that we wanted to make available for people to do so. And I'm so grateful that Kerry Washington, who is on our cap table, partnered with us to do a Spill the Vote tea party, where we then took it a step further and talked to folks from all around the country about their experiences, what mattered to them most. Kerry was like, Kenya, I'm trying to hear from people directly, exactly what you said, right? So we hosted a live stream tea party and heard from first-time voters, new citizens who come from immigrant families, to folks who had been systems involved and are now community organizers working on the ground in Pennsylvania. Shout out to the One Hood team. One Hood Media over there, and as well as mothers who were very passionate about reproductive justice and what was going to be available for their young daughters who were on the live stream with them. Right, it was an incredibly moving and impactful an event that spurred from our Spill the Vote initiative.
And Kenya, did it feel? I don't want to frame it as like an echo chamber, but did it feel left-leaning, or is the sentiment that Don is talking about kind of that he got on the ground of, oh, it's a complicated picture? Like, did the election results reflect some of those conversations in terms of the ultimate outcome, but also was it a Trump versus Harris conversation, or was it more rooted in, for example, some of the issues that you're talking about?
This was a primarily policy conversation. Okay. However, the policies of both candidates at the time were so. We good?
Sorry about that.
Don't.
Right.
No, I mean, spill it, but don't spill it. You know what I'm saying? The policies that were represented by the two candidate choices at the time were so vastly different that I think it was very clear that the members on platform at Spill were had very big concerns about things. We have a platform that is majority women, and for our platform, reproductive justice was a very big concern. Student loans and the ability to buy a house for the first time was a very big issue for our young folks and college folks who are on platform. Issues around U.S. Diplomacy and issues around Gaza were also a very big conversation that people did express as well. And folks are very informed. Spill is an app of very informed, civically engaged people who are connected to their communities on the ground. And it was enlightening for all of us. I think it pushed us even, behind the scenes to say, what else can we do to continue to foster conversations like this and continue to create a safe environment where these conversations can happen, because every single day this happens, right? Whether it's talking about on a high level, what folks are making or cooking for dinner, we know that there's cultural insights in those conversations. There's cultural practices that exist in those conversations. And as we get into, kind of the lower layers of it, there's necessary exchanges that need to happen in terms of being able for everybody to feel like they can participate in a world and that is shaped and formed around their exact needs.
Can I ask you something? So
sure.
Was there a diversity of conversation? Were there people saying, you know what, I'm not sure about Kamala Harris,
Yes.
Yeah. And
There
did you
was-
get an
there was
indication
diversity.
of, and I think that probably, as we listen now, as we're doing this, Gaza and Israel, that there seems to be a ceasefire agreement, at least on the table. But that was a big influence. That had a big effect on the outcome of the election, especially among young people and people of color.
That was a large issue on platform, and the Spillionaires who are in the Tea Party right now, I know, are holding me accountable. This is an active conversation, and not just around the election. Let me be clear. This from day one, members who joined platform were very clear about the issues that matter to them most, and engage in active discourse around holding the public officials on local, state, and national levels that are from their communities, holding them accountable to what they've said and engaging in discourse amongst each other that I think helped better inform. We have this kind of motto on platform that is, we debate ideas and not people. And so having a healthy, safe environment for folks to engage in discourse where rules are enforced, community guidelines are enforced to keep folks safe while engaging in that discourse. Again, like I said, I think elevates the roots of the problem, and I think creates creates consensus in a way that helps us see the humanity in each other.
I think this safety is important, and actually for both of you in the discourse, because I feel like Spill, like similar to URL partners, like we're united in service to our users, right? So voting will be with an eye towards how do you vote? My polling site is 90 miles away. How do I get there? There's like a real how-to of our media, and I appreciate that your platform is leaning into that. The safety of your users in that process, and it came up for us in the election too, where right before the election we had to have conversations with our partners about keeping yourself safe online, your users. I mean, it's a constant. So that feels centered. And then Dawn, if we could kind of pick up the thread with you. When I watch your show, people are just like talking to each other, to you. I mean, and so this notion of civility and discourse, and even the word civil can be very loaded right now.
Yeah.
I just wonder how you're thinking about some of those issues.
Yeah, it depends on what you think of civility. I don't think civility means, I don't believe in fake civility. So I'm a bit different, right, than your platform. I don't like people to come in and just intentionally insult people, intentionally to be trolls. I invite everyone from every single background, if you are, regardless of your political background, ethnicity, race, gender, or whatever, to come in and have a conversation with us. You can be honest
We do the same.
and authentic. Okay.
We do the same.
Okay.
We invite everybody to come in as well.
You can be honest and authentic about what, how you feel, but just try not to insult people, right? But I think the trolls affect the algorithm. As a matter of fact, they help the algorithm because they are joining, right? And they're joining, but so I don't like to block people, but if you can silence them for a moment or say, look, don't do that in the comments, then yes. And I'll actually try to mediate or moderate between folks
Yeah,
if
I've
you've
noticed that,
seen
yeah.
that. But I believe it's in having conversations with people, but not intentionally insulting people, and people don't even realize sometimes when they're insulting.
You can pick up on
So,
that, yeah.
so we agree, Don, and I think you've experienced that from being on Spill as well too, right?
Yeah.
Trolling is against our guidelines, very clearly. Harassment and bullying, against our guidelines,
Right.
100%. We have a zero tolerance policy for that. And even go even more specific to say, dead naming, right? Specifically against the guidelines.
Just explain dead naming.
Right,
in case someone
dead naming
doesn't understand.
for members of the LGBTQ community, right, and our trans community members, calling somebody by a name that they do not identify under anymore, that act is called dead naming. And that is actually written in the community guidelines that I wrote for Spill. So we're very serious about that, right? And that goes for also public figures, right? Who, too, we defend them even though they may not be on platform. And we're very serious about that. But the thing that I need everybody to understand, what Don was talking about, trolls feed the algorithm. Spill doesn't have, this weird algorithm that you need to work around that is programmed to hate, to fuel hate.
To platform or...
To platform hate, right?
Or not to platform it, but to amplify.
To amplify it, right.
Yeah,
Spill,
yeah.
that doesn't exist on Spill. There is no algorithm that you have to work around. You don't have to use these weird hashtags in order to amplify your voice to be seen. There are 3 different feeds and everybody sees everything, right? Everybody sees everything, everybody sees everyone, and then you have from there the ability to curate your feed in what's called My Brew. We love a tea analogy, y'all. I can't get enough of it. To be able to say, okay, well, this is the main global feed. My brew is kind of consisting of the people and things that I'm the most passionate about. But again, uniformly, zero tolerance policy on trolling, on hate. And quite literally will remove accounts for doing so, and we do it all the time.
Good for you.
Right, because it gives you, if you're like, for example, on X, you have an outsized view of polarization sometimes just because it'll feed you the fights, right? So like in the Indian community recently, you would think like everyone was against H-1B visas, which probably on X they are, but like that just kept coming in as a way to polarize.
We're okay with differences of opinion.
Okay,
We
so that
appreciate
is okay, but you're not
discourse.
feeding that up intentionally to
Absolutely not.
make me almost like move into one camp or the other. I'm just trying to make sure
I
we're
love that you said that. I love that you said that because when I had a conversation around that and said that, and I called out the people who were being racist and bigoted online, and it made it seem like I was saying, all Trump supporters are, don't understand these things, and it's not. I'm talking about the bigots, the racists, or that all Trump supporters are racist. I don't believe that. But if you look at it on certain platforms or through certain media, this is Don Lemon called, Trump supporters or MAGA people idiots. I didn't. But the people, let me be clear. If you're a racist and a bigot, then I believe you're an idiot, right? For doing that. If you're a Donald Trump supporter, I don't necessarily believe that you're an idiot. But for people who did not understand that we need immigrants and are having a rude awakening now, that we need immigrants in our society, that you cannot deport millions and millions of immigrants and migrants because it would crash the economy, then there is some naivety or ignorance around your knowledge of what happens in America.
Go ahead.
And I think the presence of trusted community voices who are also members of the press, like the Phil Lewises of the world, Phil has been on the platform for since the beginning, since the initial boom, right? And the community leans in and is excited about his, breaking news, but also helps to validate again as a center of truth around, what are the actual, how are we feeding information from, mainstream media, and how does that get broadcast into, what matters most to the community? And, it is fair to acknowledge, right, that there is a distrust in legacy media right now, with all due respect to the people that are in this room.
Yeah.
And that I think it's time that we acknowledge that, community media matters a lot, right? And it does. Community media matters a lot. And Spill is a platform, as we are helping to redefine and reshape discourse, healthy discourse and exchange around policies and issues that matter most to Black, brown, queer folks, to women, to to mothers, to business owners, right, to the culture-driving communities domestically, particularly in the United States and also around the world. That community media and trusted voices matter a lot, and the platforms that are legacy media platforms. And I think it's a call to action for journalists as well to think about, and you've kind of leaned into this as you've gone independent, right? Dawn is a trusted voice. And so, when that trusted voice is kind of separated from a legacy media platform where there are questions about the direction of that, and the trusted voice comes on platform and engages in discourse with folks, that's where I think we can find it kind of
And
engage.
interestingly, people trust you more as you're engaging with
Isn't
them,
that weird?
right? Yeah,
it's so weird. I love everyone. Every day I love the new version of Don Lemon. You're free now. And it's really weird. I was like, well, who was I before, guys? But they just didn't relate because I wasn't as relatable. I was always authentic, but there were certain things that you couldn't do, you couldn't say. You had to be conscious. You represented, which quite, fairly. I represented an institution, 3 big letters that were trusted, and I represented 4,500 people around the world. And we had people in war zones and whatever. So you had to always be conscious and aware of that. Now it is just me, and it's like, here's who I am. And the interesting thing, you said that I curse a lot, but the conversations that we have with our friends, over breakfast, over dinner, in our homes, is quite different than a conversation that you're going to have when lots of people are watching and you represent. So this is my conversation that I'm having with my community, right? My folks. And so I feel freer to be able to be honest, to be more honest. And maybe I say something wrong, and I go, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Or maybe, but you have the leeway to be able to do that without everyone going, oh my gosh, you got to come up to the big office and talk about it, rather than saying, these are the conversations that we should be having. This is how Americans speak. No one needs to get canceled here. Understand that no one is perfect, and let's all be in this together and try to figure it out. But everyone is so afraid of brand safety. Okay, I understand that. Everyone's so afraid of, well, we have to treat this group this certain way or this group a certain way, and we're afraid of what advertisers are going to say. And it's just like, oh my gosh. For journalism, it's frustrating and it's concerning because you wonder, where is the real, am I getting the real thing? Or are they saying what the folks who are above them want them to say or will allow them to say without damaging a relationship that can affect their business?
Go ahead.
Spill, interesting that you say that. I love this conversation so much, y'all, and I wish I had the Tea Party in front of me right now because I know they are going off in the chat. But there's a place on platform, if you tap the top search bar or top search module, it opens up and it's called the Spill board. And this is where kind of the top trending spills hit the Spill board, and they rotate and refresh a couple of times a day. And there was a spill that hit the Spill board, I think yesterday or the day before, that talked about how someone loved the fact that Spill is a place where accountability happens.
Yeah.
Right? where folks can say, you know what, thank you for checking me on that. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In fact, you were talking about the LA fires. You know, my community is hurting right now. My county is hurting deeply right now. And there are members who do not live in the state who, at the time of the fires first starting, you know, when they first erupted around Tuesday, Wednesday of last week, decided to post something on platform talking about, you know, the incarcerated individuals who are firefighters who are online, and a member who was on platform who works with systems involved folks on anti-recidivism issues spoke up and said, one, I work with these populations, so while you're not in my state, I want you to know I work with these populations. And two, many of the folks that I work with are actually grateful for this program. And while we can talk about, talk about, you know, the need to pay them more, this was on the ballot last November, and you weren't talking about that last November. And so if we want to talk about increasing the pay for these folks, we can talk about that. But while my city is burning, I need you to understand that a post like this is not helpful for me. And I watched that discourse happen between two members on platform, and they were okay, y'all.
Yeah. So okay, now,
okay.
I love it. I love it. So let me jump on this. A very similar thing happened. This is so to have that conversation, if you're in legacy media, is everybody's a meeting and they go. And it's like a, how do I say this? Like turning a cruise ship around, right? Or going from an old gas model car to like we're in an electric car age. So the thing would be like, we're getting complaints, or let's all sit around and talk about this. And someone would say, well, we're not covering this aspect of a story. And then it has to be filtered out and produced out, and then show gets it and all of this. These things happen in real time. Mm-hmm. And what we do now. So that same conversation happened on my platform in real time. Mm-hmm. They were talking about the folks. I said, the folks are fighting out there, fighting fires, such and such and such. Look at what's happening. And not just a reporter going out to interview them, like a real conversation or stumbling up on them. A real conversation happens around that. This is good for them. Many of them, not enough, get out and they get gainful employment as firefighters, possibly. And they're working on legislation now to try to make sure that that happens and so that they are paid more. Okay, however you feel about that, that conversation happened in real time in a similar way on my platform. Another thing that happened, someone checked me because I hadn't thought about it, and I'm not a California person. And they said, I have this tier, I have memberships, and one of them is called the Lemon. It's the Lemon Heads and the Lemon Legends. And the lemons, yeah.
Which one is better?
The Legends, the higher,
okay.
And it's a higher, you pay a higher thing, but you actually get to be on the screen. And I interview you, and you speak to me, you talk to me, you check me in real time, right? And so I was on, we were talking about it, and one of the Lemon Legends said, Don, when are you going to talk about Altadena? And I said, you were right. And I said, I didn't, I forgot Altadena. I'm not a Californian. It is a historically black neighborhood. And immediately in that, we started talking about Altadena and how it is not getting the coverage that Pacific.
So they directed your news
agenda. They directed my news agenda in real time rather than having to wait for the morning meeting.
That's great.
And then someone is assigned the story, and then it gets on the air 1 day or 2 days later. It happened in real time.
Right before we came in, the new publisher of the Haitian Times, Vanya Andre, are you out here? I just want to shout you out. There she is. Okay, so Vanya says to me, oh yeah, she's great. We can applaud the Haitian Times and Vanya. What a year they've had, really. So she said, look, we picked up on Haitians leaning towards Trump, but how do I cover this so that it's not tokenizing this group in some way, or it's not saying like, oh, Haitians are also voting for Trump. And so I want to ask both of you, because you're in spaces, and Don, I mean, you're controversial in the black community, you're controversial in the white community. Like, how do you capture that our communities are not monoliths, but these nuances within? How would you, maybe you could take her specific question, but also how you've navigated that And then I just want to pick up a little bit on how Spill is kind of fostering some of these conversations as well.
The weird thing, Mitra, is that like to be honest and to have real conversations and to say what's on your mind is somehow controversial. And you're right, I am controversial, but I don't know why am I controversial? Because I say things that other people are thinking, but they're afraid to say, or I actually try to foster real conversations and it becomes controversial, or I don't necessarily think the way that people think that I would think because of whatever demographic I might be or wherever I might live or whatever my socioeconomics are or whatever. I think that's what a journalist should be doing. And it should not be controversial, but you're right. And what that says to me is there is a need for authenticity and a need for people to actually do the job, the actual job of journalism. So how do I navigate that? I got to be honest with you, it's not easy. And when you're someone like me, there is no roadmap. So I created my own sort of, I charted my own territory. And it's tough because I'm human, but I try to ignore it and just to continue and move on because one day people are after you and then 10 minutes later they're gone, right? It's over. And then it happens again. But every time something has been deemed controversial that I have said or done, I'm just telling you guys, the people catch up with you. Like it comes around. Like I said something back in 2013 about what we should do better for our communities, or about sagging your pants and all of that. And now everyone is like, back then there was like, what are you, conservative? You're a preacher. And now people are like, where's the lie? He's right. So people it will catch up with you. So everything I've always said that people were deemed controversial, they wanted me to get fired, they thought that I should be disciplined, they thought that I should, be canceled for it. It always comes around. The culture somehow always catches up with you when you put yourself out there and you are just authentic and you're saying it or doing it not out of malice, but because you want people to hear it and you want people to have a dialogue about it. And even if you are wrong, you just say, you know what, okay, I was wrong, or I'm sorry, but I don't see where that's controversial. But I navigated by I guess, by the grace of God, and I just say, but I've gotten some gray hair for it, even now that I'm in independent media. It ain't easy, it's tough.
Turning to Trump 2.0 and sort of this question of how platforms and publishers will respond to coverage. Kenya, I don't know if you want to, do you have a plan for how the next 4 years will shift Spill? Does anything change? Are you redoubling down on anything, recommitted? How are you going to do this?
I feel the beams of pride as you're looking at me. So listen, Spill is ready and prepared for a time such as this. The problems that have plagued legacy social media around misinformation and disinformation are not new. This is why we started building immediately when we did. I want to salute our co-founder and CEO, Alfonso Terrell, who was the outgoing global head of social and editorial at Twitter and was relieved of his position when Musk took over the platform, bought the platform, November 4th of 2022. By December, Fonz had a wait list up for the concept of Spill. By January, we had secured our first over $1 million in VC funding, which I have to state is incredibly unusual and not common for Black-owned startups. So I want to thank all of our funders, Kport Capital, Sunset Ventures, Collide Capital, Mac Venture Capital, who is our leading LP. We have like the progressive Black and brown Avengers of VC who came to the table to say, we believe in wanting to create and foster a safer, more fun, more enjoyable place in social that believes in not promoting misinformation and disinformation and protecting the communities that drive culture forward. And because of that, we're here to continue our mission. And we'll continue building and actualizing thereof. And the media partners that we've been monetizing with since day one, we had our first media partner from a media buying agency before we even launched an Apple App Store, also stand behind us with that as well too. While people are afraid to kind of say the things and do the things, Spill has been unapologetic and has been monetizing with major media brands since day one because of that. that. So we'll continue to do that. The more people that join the platform, that join us in this mission, the faster we can actualize that goal and that vision. And I'm here to share with this room that keep your eyes peeled on Spill, because we have some really exciting announcements that are coming in the next week. For the community to have an opportunity to really link arms with us. Wink, wink, nod,
Yeah,
nod.
we're going to wrap up, Don, but I wanted you to talk about, you could talk about three things. Whatever you're about to say, Trump 2.0, and she mentioned Elon Musk, who you have some personal experience with. I just want to ask you about Mark Zuckerberg's announcement last week, which honestly didn't feel that different from the Facebook we've been seeing, but whatever, it was an announcement, and it's like staking out what we've been talking about. Just thoughts on Musk, Zuckerberg, Trump 2.0, and what you were about to say, and look at this line of people who are going to come after us.
I know, that's why I said, can I say something? Because I knew like it was almost over.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I don't want to talk too much. I think you guys kind of understand what's happening with the whole, Twitter and X of it all. And I'm in active litigation with him, so I don't really want to talk much about that. But let's just say that I went into that with the best of intentions, and it's unfortunate that it didn't work out because I did want to get in there and fight and try to help to make the platform a better place, at least with whatever influence the way that I could do it. And I think that he realized that because, if I say boo, everybody writes about it. And so I think that's why he wanted me to be on the platform just for that, or just because of that. Not just because of that, but one aspect. So so Mark Zuckerberg, I have a problem with anyone who does not believe that, especially in this environment where people are getting their information in large part through social media and digital media and what have you, that someone wants to get rid of fact checkers. Facts are important. Like truth is important. It's even more important in this moment. I also think that the American people, rightly so, should be concerned about having a couple of rich folks having so much influence in social media, digital media, and without the sort of antitrust of it all, and just because we know that these platforms can help to determine elections, it helps to determine public sentiment, it helps to determine political and influence, I should say, political outcomes, policies, and all of that. So I have an issue, obviously, with that. Now, what I will say is that if you are in this room, or anyone who's in the sound of my voice and Kenya's voice, these platforms, the kinds of platforms that we're on, and those of us who are like us, don't necessarily get the support of the folks that the big guys like Zuckerberg support, those guys, or the Joe Rogans of the world. We don't get that support. And so it's important for you to support independent media. It's important for you to support platforms like that, because we just don't get it, because those aren't the voices I believe that they want amplified. And in order for us to gain a space or a foothold in this new digital independent territory, we need your support. So go and subscribe to The Don Lemon Show on YouTube. Go to YouTube at The Don Lemon Show and just check it out and support us. And the other thing is that when you say the Trump 2.0 of it all, I think we're going to be okay if we do those things. It's going to be a tumultuous, I think, 4 years, but it's going to be similar to something that we've already experienced. And so keep your peace. You don't have to, here's my mantra. You can be informed without being inundated. So you don't have to sit around all day checking your notifications every time someone tweets something, go, oh my gosh, this person tweeted this, what does this mean? It's not the end of the world. Control what you can control, and that's your peace. You don't have to sit around with the television on all day, and what I call it, whether it's fire, tragedy, porn, and sit around and be inundated and take that into your spirit. Whenever you want to engage, you can check out the news when you want. You can support independent media. You can go to places where people give you a voice as well, and they treat you and respect you and your intelligence. And so that is my final words to you.
Thank you. We're going to let that be the last word.
I just want to thank John and Kenya for this great. I feel like the good news is there's no break. The conversation continues with the news that you should be listening to that will bring some peace, I think, with our next panel and the subjects that many of our URL partners are reporting on day in and day out. Also, the good news is you're going from one moderator of Epicenter NYC to another. Famie Redwood is about to take over. She's the editorial director for Epicenter NYC. If she had a t-shirt, hers would be "She from Brooklyn," but we're going to forgive that. Thank you so much for being such a great audience.
We've been on your show.
It was a gift from someone.
Good to see you.
You guys are going to be great.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's very good.
I know.
Editorial director of Epicenter NYC. I'm also the host of the podcast Beyond Black History Month, which is returning for its third season in the next few weeks, which I'm very excited about. I'm also the chair of NEBJ's LGBTQ+ task force and a board member at NLGJA, the Association of LGBTQ+ Journalists. So this panel is going to be on "But the Neighbors Seem Just Like Us, Voting Patterns Across Communities." And before I tell you about the panel, I'm going to have everyone introduce themselves. I'm so excited to moderate this, and I'm so excited to hear what everyone has to say. So we'll start with Jennifer.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jen Taylor Skinner. I am the founder and the host of the Electorate podcast. And the Electorate, I founded it shortly after the 2016 election, sometime in 2017, actually, after seeing the way the media was covering Hillary Clinton and that election. And what I wanted to do was, center the voices of women in politics. That's something that we've never done, and we've never done really well. I was really kind of dismayed at the media coverage of Hillary Clinton. And you'd think that after the 2016 election, we would have learned some messages. We would have learned some lessons, rather. And we saw some of the same treatment with Kamala Harris, talking about her laugh and the way that she talks. And so what the Electorate does is we deliver political information through the lens of women, not just women's issues, not just abortion rights, but the economy, climate change, and all of those issues through the lens of women. So that's the Electorate.
Hi, everybody. My name's Rando Yip. I'm the founder and editor of ASAM News, the only daily digital news site focused on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, which includes South Asians, Filipinos, and Pacific Islanders, which explains what I'm doing up here. I was in mainstream, it's kind of a full circle moment. When I was in high school and college, I worked in ethnic media. And then when I graduated from Berkeley, I got into mainstream media in television, and I stuck around for 40 years. But after 30 years, I started feeling like I hadn't done what I would set out to do, which diversify the content in the media. So I did ASAM News as a passion project, a one-person passion project, while I continued to work in mainstream media, and it just continued to grow. So after 10 years with more than 20 volunteers, we officially became a nonprofit, and we started hiring people. So that's our story.
Hi, everyone. My name is Krista Vieda. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Pulso. Pulso is a impact-focused Latino media outlet focused on helping Latinos understand ourselves, each other, and the world around us. Before working at Pulso, I joined Pulso in 2020. Before that, I was a strategy consultant for tech, media, and telecom here in DC at a boutique firm. And I'm a proud Salvadorian and Guatemalan, born and raised in LA, and I've lived here in DC for the past 12 years.
I'm Solomon Jones. I am the morning host on WURD Radio, Black Talk Media in Philadelphia. I'm also a columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, an author, and appear frequently on CNN.
Bonjour, manadokwe Indigenous Lolan Donjaba, Waganaxing Odawa Nikwe. My name is Neely. I'm actually the political editor for Native News Online. And if I don't seem quite as accomplished as my fellow panelists, it's because I'm not. I'm quite young. For context, I graduated from Michigan State with my bachelor's just last December. I'm actually filling in for my boss and close friend, our publisher and editor of Native News, Levi Rickert. Love him, so I just want to give him the proper recognition. Native News Online wouldn't be where it is without him. He works day and night. Honestly, he works harder than I do, I'd say. I sometimes will get a text from him, and it'll be from like at 2 a.m., and he'll be like, "Hey, Neely, I just saw this. Can you read this? Read my story over?" And I'm like, "Okay, thank you, Levi." But I'm excited to be here to talk about election patterns and how the Native community specifically voted and turned out this election, because that is what I focused on for the last almost half a year now. And so, yeah, that's who I am.
Okay, first off, I've seen your work. You are quite accomplished. Don't ever say that again.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just kind of fell into journalism. My degree is actually in policy. I originally wanted to be kind of in the political sphere, and then I went to college and kind of sort of moved away from it, and now I'm back right in the thick of it all for this 2024 election.
And what a time to be in the thick of it all.
Right.
Which leads perfectly into what we're going to talk about today. So this panel is going to discuss the concerns of various communities and how this past presidential election and the candidates, whether or not they addressed any of those concerns or they didn't. If you spend any time on TikTok or social media, you know that this election also caused quite the division between communities that I think saw some amount of solidarity after 2020 and after the George Floyd protests. We're going to talk about all of that. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We are going to do Q&A, I think, around our third-ish question. So there's going to be a mic somewhere that will be passed around if you have any questions. But I want to jump into our first question. As we think about this past election and what we saw, what we expected, and what we didn't expect, what do you think still needs to change around our coverage of communities of color? And when you answer that, if you could answer both as community journalists, but also mainstream media coverage, what do we need to see changing?
I think you have to realize that communities of color are not all the same, that we don't have the same experience, we don't have the same history, we don't have the same circumstance right now, that they are literally separate communities whose interests converge on certain issues. And so when you lump us all in together, I think you're doing a disservice to those communities, and I think you're doing a disservice to your outlet. We are not all the same, we don't have the same interests, and as media, we have to stop acting like we do.
I agree with that. I even think within the Native community as well, I think a lot of people who aren't well-versed in tribal politics or just any issues in the Native communities at all, or maybe even don't even know we still exist. That is very common, believe it or not. I think a common misconception, again, is that we are all a monolith and all tribal communities are going to vote the exact same way. Both campaigns kind of did use that narrative where, okay, we're going to reach out to the Native people because they're all going to vote the same way. But in Native News Online, we did 4 polls across the election season this year, and found that the data actually, is really different in the sense that we looked at both those who live on the reservation, those who live off the reservation, and off reservation also means do you live in an urban setting or do you live in a rural setting? Because those things all play very deeply into how you're going to vote, the issues you care most about. And so I agree with that. I think a common, disservice that we as media do is lumping communities all together, and that is kind of my beef with the term BIPOC. Is a lot of times organizations, nonprofits, communities, et cetera, what you have it, will use BIPOC, but then as someone a part of the I part, they're not, when they say BIPOC, they actually just mean maybe Black communities, or maybe they mean Asian communities. But BIPOC specifically, the B and the I are separate from POC because Indigenous people have a very special and unique set of issues. And I think the one similarity that we all share, though, is we're all sufferers of colonization. And so I think that's some common ground that I think media can try and play on, while also honoring the uniqueness of each of our communities.
I'm glad you brought that up because, BIPOC, right, there's 5 letters in there representing all of us. So we do have commonalities. But I think what happens sometimes in ethnic media, and I'll point to myself, is that we were very Asian American focused. Everything we talked to Asian Americans to get their opinion. And we kind of stayed in our silo. And as we have evolved, we've tried to open ourselves up to look at more at the intersectionality between Asian Americans and other communities, to look at the intersectionality between, say in the immigration issue down in San Diego, when Biden cracked down on the asylum seekers coming into the United States from Mexico. We went down there and we talked to not only the Asian community, but also the Hispanic community and the African American community, and asked them how they felt about the crackdown by Biden and whether that was going to impact whether they could support him or not. And what we found out was that most said, we're not crazy about the crackdown, but given the alternative, maybe we'll overlook that. So I really think as we look at each other and how we interact with each other, we can look at our commonalities, like the term BIPOC suggests, but also the differences, as the term, we're not all one monolith, right? We're all different, we have different opinions. Even within the Asian American community, we have different opinions about different issues, and I think all of that needs to be covered.
So before we move on to our next question, I just want to quickly ask, when this conversation has come up before with other journalists, I've heard a lot of the same thing, we are not the same, stop lumping us in together. But what I often hear, especially from younger journalists, is that, they have a minute and a half to tell a story. So how do you tell a diverse story that includes everyone in a minute and a half? Or there's one culture reporter that covers everybody. So how do you do this, especially in mainstream media? How do you actually see our differences in all of the constraints that is in traditional media?
You actually have to devote the time, energy, and money and resources to doing that. So like you said, well, sometimes there's only one cultural reporter, so add more. And so I think it is very important, though, to recognize the limitations of a lot of media outlets, specifically as someone who comes from a smaller, local, but national covering media outlet. We can't always get all those stories. We can't always, touch on all those communities. There's over 500 federally recognized tribes in just America alone, in the United States alone, and that's not even counting state-recognized tribes or tribes who don't have recognition status at all. And so as one person, a part of a team of 4 or 5 or at most 10, it is very difficult. But I think part of it is, okay, let's say you have a minute and a half. Are you devoting your energy and your fullest intent into that a minute and a half? Because a lot can be done in a minute and a half. And so I think it's about how are you showing up in those stories for those communities? Are you just going to those communities, or maybe not even going there at all? Are you talking to those communities? Are you hearing their issues? And then are you doing your best to kind of give time to that story? And I think just being mindful and intentional is where we start.
I think the talk radio format gives us at WURD, it gives us the space to allow the story to breathe and to hear from the audience about what they think, because really it's about them. It's more, for me, it's more than telling a story. It's about representing the community that you're talking to. When we talk about Black Talk Media, it's not just about talking. It's about figuring out ways to solve some of these issues, figuring out ways to make our community whole, figuring out ways to tell our story from the perspective of the people that it's about. I think one of the problems with what happens in mainstream media is that you have people who aren't from the community, don't know anything about the community, don't care to know, don't need to know, trying to tell the stories of these communities. It's ridiculous, and it comes out that way.
I want to add to that. I think at Pulso, what we focus on is the kind of storytelling that we're doing. So we often talk about how the hyper-specific is often universal. And what that means is, for example, Latinos are not a monolith is a phrase that we say so often that at this point we laugh about it because everyone always wants to talk about what Latinos are doing in terms of voting. Yeah, we are all pretty different, right? Like we regionally different, generationally, whether you're an immigrant or not. There's many, many countries that make up the term Latino. So we all have different voting patterns, but often what we do with our content is we focus on a very specific experience. So one example that I can think of is, how do Latinos say this word in Spanish? And there's like 20 different ways to say that. And we can bring in a lot of these more serious conversations through focusing on something really specific that even if it doesn't apply to you specifically, you can still say like, oh yeah, that's so relatable, that's so funny, that's so accessible. So I wanted to say that we focus on the way we're telling stories. I think definitely broadening representation is important, but also making your content or your news accessible. We are a social first media outlet, so all of our content goes out on like Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. We have a podcast. We don't actually invest so much in our website right now, and we use a lot of content creators and video. We're like a video heavy outlet. To make these like 1 minute, 90-second videos that are focusing on news, but maybe relating it to like history or pop culture, because what we see with our audience often is that craving to know more history and know more about our own stories. So often people will say to us like, oh my God, I never learned this in school. That's so crazy. I can't believe that. And so there's a way to connect the past and the present, right? To tell history in a way where you're speaking to current events or news, but in a way that's a little bit more digestible, a little bit more accessible, in a way that people want to hear it, either with a content creator or just like a really specific, funny example, emotional. So just wanted to add that as well.
And I'll just add on that I agree with Solomon in that I think podcasting is very similar to the radio platform in that you can give someone an entire hour, right, to get into the weeds of their issue. And you'd be surprised at how many women are, have spent their entire careers focused on gun reform or criminal justice reform. And they're just really grateful to have an audience listen to them for an hour and a half, right, to talk about those issues in depth. So yeah, it's very similar to radio.
It does feel like sometimes that we've been talking about how to improve how we report on marginalized communities or communities of color forever, literally forever. How do we move the needle?
I think people have to tell their own stories. I think that's the allure of social media, right? And it's interesting because the more produced something is, what I've noticed is that people gravitate away from that and towards something that looks raw. Right. Don Lemon on the last panel was talking about having his dogs barking in the background and people liking that.
They do.
Because it's real, right? And so I think when people have the opportunity to tell their own stories, there's an authenticity to it. And I think that's what is drawing people towards social media and kind of away from traditional media.
I think just as important about telling our own stories is we have to raise our voices. Because oftentimes in newsroom, especially in the smaller markets, there might be one African American in the entire newsroom, one Hispanic. If you're lucky, there might be one Asian in the newsroom. And oftentimes these people can feel alone. I mean, we've all had that feeling, right? When we felt like we're the only ones in the room and everyone's looking at us. So we have to learn to speak up, but not only for our own communities, but for other communities as well. So when someone mentions a story about the African American community, and I may not be African American, but I can relate to what that person is saying, I chime in too and say, that's a wonderful story, and here's why. Here's why our audience needs to hear this. So I think we need to build coalitions within the newsrooms as well, not only among POC, but all people in that newsroom who may have the same sort of mentality and just work together.
Back in the green room, we talked a little bit about voter suppression. Do you think, and I want you to share some of the things we spoke about, but do you think when you hear, this coalition we need to build, that would have helped the way that we covered voter suppression in this past election?
I'm not really sure. I mean, voter suppression has been an issue for since this country, has had voting,
Forever.
right? It's
Like
been
this
forever,
topic,
right?
yeah.
But there are a couple of specific things that have happened in recent history that I don't think have gotten enough coverage. For example, we talk about Black women voting, right? Black women came out 92% for Harris in this past election. And someone mentioned earlier when we talk about voter behavior that people are broke, right? It's this idea of like economic anxiety. Well, no one's more broke than Black women. Yet somehow we still somehow do the right thing when it comes to election. On top of that, we are probably the most group that's been affected by voter suppression. There was a study that came out, I think it was earlier last year in 2024, actually 2 studies that came out from the National Academy of Sciences and then one from the Brennan Center for Justice that talked about Americans generally underestimate the role that voter suppression has had in the voting gap, right, the turnout gap in voter suppression. We cite things like, economic anxiety. We cite things like voter apathy. And that I personally find that really bothersome because, I've talked a lot about voter suppression on my podcast. There's a really great book by Carol Anderson, One Person, One Vote, which gives the history, a really great in-depth history of voter suppression in this country. But we underestimate those things. If you're interested, I'll give you the link to the study. But one of the things that the study cites is the fact that voters, particularly voters from marginalized communities, are affected by something called friction, right? Voter friction. It's not easy to vote in this country. And if you're from a marginalized community, the harder it becomes for you to vote, right? If you don't have childcare, right? If you work in a job where you can't get a day off to go vote, right? If your voting location is far away from your home, right? Or if it's been closed. Following Shelby County versus Holder, which is a Supreme Court case that happened in 2013, which basically gutted the Voting Rights Act. Shortly after that, over the past, I think, 5 to 10 years, 100,000 voting locations have been closed in Black and brown neighborhoods. Think about how many millions of people that, along with disinformation, with new voter ID laws, and the fact that just generally we just don't have a level playing field for people to be able to access the ballot. All of those things come into play when we talk about the voter turnout gap. So whenever someone talks about Black voter behavior specifically, or people of color, how they vote, if they're starting the conversation with, Black people just didn't turn out, or Black voter apathy, that's a non-starter for me, right? Just don't don't come to me with that. Let's talk about voter suppression and how we can pull that back, because we haven't really had that conversation adequately, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we talked about voter suppression enough in this past election. But likewise, I also don't think we talked enough about, after the election, this idea of the BIPOC coalition and whether or not it's dead. I don't know if you spent any time on the Black side of TikTok after the election, but you heard a lot of Black women frustrated with the ways that other communities of color voted. So that said, what fissures were exposed in your coverage of this past election? And I'd love to hear about a specific story that you published.
So I wrote a story after the election that basically said Black folks are on our own. And that's how it felt. I know that's what I saw reflected in the community. That's what I saw reflected on social media. But more than that, that's what I saw reflected in the numbers. 83% of Black voters voted for Kamala Harris. Latino support for Donald Trump went from 35% in 2020 to 43% in 2024, despite the fact that he was talking about, deporting all their relatives and friends and husbands and wives, and maybe we'll let your kids stay, right? You saw white women vote for Donald Trump in the same percentage. 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump, despite the fact that he bragged about overturning Roe versus Wade. Let's not get into the being liable for sexual abuse in that case, and other things that he done that were specifically done to white women. I think when you looked at what was happening with some of the other communities, to me, it just exposed the fact that this coalition that we talked about was weak at best and non-existent at worst. But then there was, in the Black community, I think there were some issues with Black men. I had a brother call my show and say, I'm not voting for her because she's a woman. Period. And I appreciated his honesty, because I think it reflected what a lot of other black men were not saying. Although most black men voted for Kamala Harris, when you look at young black men specifically who are getting their news from social media, their numbers for Donald Trump were a little bit shocking. And they did that despite the fact that he's talking about giving police greater immunity than they already have to do to young black men what they've been doing already. And so I think that a lot of people voted, in my view, against their interests. But again, it exposed that this coalition we keep talking about might not exist.
I want to push back against that just a little. You know, I hear what you're saying, so I'll just focus on the Asian community since that's what I know the best. And I hear the story you said about the black man who said he could not vote for a woman. You know, I had a similar story where an Indian American who grew up in San Francisco came up to me and says, Kamala Harris was never South Asian, was never Indian American until she ran for president. And my jaw dropped, given that Kamala Harris got her start in San Francisco politics first as a district attorney, then went on to be Attorney General of California, then went on to be California State U.S. Senator, and you're still saying that Kamala Harris was never Indian American until she ran for president. I was blown away. And you know, earlier today we laughed about that NABJ incident where Trump said, you know, is she Indian American? Was she African American? Was she African American before she's Indian American? Everyone laughed at that. But you know what? The people who laughed wasn't the people he was talking to. The people he was talking to were those that held that deep-seated prejudice within each of those communities. And he's a smart man. Give him credit. He knew that the election was super tight, that one vote can make a difference. And if he could just pick up a vote here, a vote there, a vote here, a vote there, he could win the election. And he proved to be correct. So like in the Asian American community, 5% more people in 2024 voted for Trump than they did in 2020. So then there's this narrative that Asian Americans suddenly are shifting rightward. Yes, but maybe not, because in 2016, the number of people in 2020, basically the numbers in 2024 matched what the way Asian Americans voted in 2016. So basically he lost support in 2020 and then he regained it in 2024. So maybe that's just part of a political pendulum. I don't know, but I think that needs to be said. And when you talk about the House races, about how only 4 seats separate Republicans from Democrats, part of the reason why it's so close is the 2 of the last called races were in California involving 2 Asian American candidates, Derek Tran and Dave Min. They both won their races. They both gave additional seats to Democrats. Without those 2 candidates in Southern California, which traditionally votes more conservative than Northern California, there will be even a wider gap between Democrats and Republicans. So I think it may be too soon to say the coalition is broken. I just think that it's just part of the political process and we need to work things out.
I think when you look at the affirmative action case that took place at the Supreme Court, there was, of course, a white guy behind it, but he used an Asian group to push it. And so, you know, we can't ignore what we see right in front of us and some of the things that we see different groups doing against each other and allowing themselves to be pitted against each other, and it ends up hurting everybody in the end. And so, you know, I'm looking at some of the factual things that I see in Philadelphia. We just had a big thing about the Sixers arena. And the neighborhood that was under threat was Chinatown. And so you had black coalitions of people and other people coming together to say we need to save Chinatown. I just wish I would have seen that same energy when black communities were under threat from Chinatown, right? Coming to our community and saying we got to save the black community. I didn't see that. And so I think what needs to happen is that everybody needs to recognize what their own interests are. And then I think beyond that, we have to figure out where we can come together, not try to have an artificial coalition where we're together on everything, because we're not, and figure out the areas where we can agree and really focus on those.
I do want to talk about a story that I wrote after the election and the exit polls all came out. I do want to address some slight misinformation. So in the NBC poll that most of us probably saw that did the exit polls, it said that Native people voted 65% for Donald Trump. If you look at the numbers, that number is statistically inaccurate. They only took a survey of, I think, around 200, maybe at most 400 Native people. And those Native people, first of all, were self-identifying, and I'll get into kind of the logistics of that in a moment. But none of those exit polls were taken on tribal lands. So, like I said earlier, there is a very, not a very big difference, but there is a difference nonetheless between the issues that Native people care about most between those who live on res and those who live off. So when Native News Online, we did our own exit poll, we actually found that the numbers were actually closer to 50-50. I think it was 51% voted for Trump and 49% voted for Harris. So again, that 50-50 split that we are most used to seeing when we talk about American politics, because we have that narrative that America is, 50-50, right? And so that was not unsurprising. Donald Trump did win the election, so those were the numbers I was expecting. But I do want to say we also did 3 other polls on top of that one. So one before the debate, when Biden was still in the race, so that those results were kind of null and void after it came out that he was no longer running. And then one after the debate, and then one right before the election. And so after the debate, we saw that Native people were leaning towards Harris. Before the debate, when it was still Biden, the numbers were leaning towards Trump. And then right before the election, the numbers were also leaning towards Trump. But again, it was still those narrow margins between like maybe 49, 51 at best. But then when we look on our survey, we separated our data. We asked a ton of demographic questions, one of those being, do you live on res or off res? And so when we looked at the results and we saw that when we looked at the people specifically who lived on res, overwhelmingly around 90% of them said that they were going to vote for Harris. And so that is a big thing, and I wanted to kind of challenge that narrative because I want to make sure that we're all on level footing here, so we're not going, oh my gosh, all the Indians voted for Trump, they're the right, when that's just not true. But unfortunately, that is the narrative that mainstream media chose to stick with. And so I wrote the story, kind of challenging that, and that was something I did all election season, was challenging the major narratives, both on the Democrat and Republican side. But to kind of talk more about what self-identifying means. So the NBC poll, they relied on self-identification, so just people who said, oh yeah, I'm Native. And that's great. But there are a lot of nuances. And so when we were doing these polls, we had to get into this conversation of, well, how do we define who is Native? While also recognizing the various policies, the assimilationist and genocidal policies that have led us to having to even ask that question in the first place. So there's people who are Native, who maybe don't know anything about being Native because they were, put in the foster care system, or they went to boarding schools, or they moved to the cities during the relocation era, right? And so not everyone is also a tribal citizen. Me, myself, I'm not a tribal citizen, but I am a direct descendant. My mother is a tribal citizen. So there's like that clear thing. So am I going to say I'm not Native? I don't. I am very much Native, right? And so in our poll, we asked 2 questions. Are you a descendant or are you a citizen? Yes or no? And then the next question was, please list your tribal affiliation. And so I then had to go through the data. We tried to get a sample size of 1,000, because that's a decent sample size, but unfortunately, sometimes had to go a little bit under, just because surveying Indian country is very difficult. Getting out to Indian country is very difficult. And so I myself had to go through all of the respondents and look at those 2 questions. Are you a descendant or citizen? And your tribal affiliation, and find the discrepancies. So some people would say, I'm a citizen, and then when they were asked what their tribe was, they said they didn't have one. So that tells to me that they're not Native, and maybe Levi calls them pranksters. But I then had to go through that, and that question kept coming up over and over again, is how do we define who is Native? Do we define it based on the amount of intergenerational trauma that we all carry? Do we define it based on who carries a card? Or do we define it on blood quantum, which is a fake science, by the way? Or do we, define it on, how do we or do we define it on, I say I'm a part of that community, so I am. And so those were a lot of the questions we had to ask, and those are the kind of issues that we are kind of experiencing within our own community. And so when we talk about numbers, it's very easy to say, oh, all Native people voted 65% or 51% if you want to talk about the more accurate number. And
So I'd love to hear the other panelists' thoughts on this question. And I get that this is it's a heavy question, it's a stressful question, but what you said about the discrepancies with the polling data from NBC versus what you saw, it reminded me of a conversation, my podcast, I spoke with someone on the history, the tension, the solidarity, all of that between Black and Asian American communities. And the expert, who I cannot remember her name for the life of me, she said something that, she said white supremacy is like Wile E. Coyote. It does all of these nefarious things, and then it gets away before Bugs Bunny ever catches him. And that's just kind of what this sound reminds me of, this having folks self-identify as Indigenous versus going to the source. But not to put you both on the spot, but I'd love to hear what you think about whether or not the BIPOC Coalition is dead. And then we're going to start to take questions.
I was going to say that I think there's way too many people organizing and who have been organizing for a long, long, long time to say that the coalitions are dead or that the coalition is dead. I think we're coalition building right now. And I think Pulso belongs to a lot of coalitions. But I will say that one thing that I definitely agree with Solomon on is that we do need to, maybe look within our own community a bit more and do that work there first as we can, or in parallel to coalition building. So, I'm not surprised that Latinos voted the way that the polls said they do, because we have a media outlet where we do a lot of community management. We spend a lot of time in the comments to speak to specific series that we've done. For example, we had this series going on every Monday where we would pose a question to our audience on Instagram and folks would chime in the comments. And so one of the last ones we did before around election time was about the comedian in New York. And so we asked, should comedians have to apologize for, I forget how we phrased it exactly, but that's the way that we were having conversations with our audience. And I mean, we know this audience really well. We spend a lot of time in the comments. We speak to them on many different platforms. We know that Latinos have a variety of political opinions. And so yeah, that Puerto Rico was like garbage in the ocean or something like that. Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly in the moment, but yeah, it was, right. There's been so many things. There's a long list. So, even within those comments, even when someone is insulting Puerto Rico or insulting a specific community, we still have folks in our comments saying, well, it's comedy, it's supposed to be this. We had overwhelmingly the opinion was, yes, he should. That was not comedy. But you see that. And so I think that we had a good pulse on what was happening with our audience as far as that. I think, when you say something like, why would Latinos vote for Trump even though immigration, it doesn't surprise me being a Latina that immigration is not a deal breaker for some people, because some folks don't have immigration stories. There's a lot of Latinos that live in the Southwest and in California who have been here for generations, and in some places before the US was a country. So I think that underscores for me the importance of understanding our community very well and the nuances of our community. I will say, as far as doing the work, I even think that to myself. A couple of my family members, extended family members, definitely voted for Trump, whether they admitted it or not. And I was surprised, and I think I was surprised because my grandparents on my dad's side, who immigrated to the US in the 60s, have always been really staunch Democrats. I mean, always voted, always look forward to voting. It's I think that's where I learned that voting was important. And so it never occurred to me that maybe one of their children would vote for Trump. And I think that what we learned about our own community in this was that we need to be having more conversations with people in our family. My family is very mixed status, mixed income level, mixed education level, but still, I was still surprised. And I think that, yeah, that just speaks to how many conversations folks are not having, even within their own communities. And I think that work needs to take place in parallel to do effective coalition building. I had another thought, but I'm losing it. Basically, I think we need to speak to each other more, especially men. I will say that. Obviously, when it comes to Latinos and Latino voting, we all know that Latina women voted very differently than Latino men. And I think that was a surprise for a lot of people in mainstream media, maybe not for Latina women who have been in these communities and families and speak to the men in our community all the time. But it definitely underscored for me, at least, like how much work I have to do to understand like my own small circle as I also try to coalition build with others.
Before you go to questions, I'm not letting you escape this question.
Okay.
Is the BIPOC coalition dead?
I don't think the BIPOC coalition is dead. I think the elephant in the room that no one is saying yet. I think each election cycle, when we talk about coalition building, the underlying question that no one is asking, or the thing that our collective goal is, I think what we're all trying to do is get people, or how do we get people, the entire coalition, to vote in similar numbers as, in the way that Black women vote, right? What would Black women do? That's what we're all trying to do, right? That's the collective goal, right? If everyone, the entire, community, all of our communities, all of the Black and brown community, Asian, American, Latino community, if they'd all voted 92% for democracy, not necessarily specifically for a specific candidate, not Kamala Harris, but to save our democracy, next week would look much different.
Right.
That's the underlying goal. And, I want to talk about white women, even though they're not a part of the BIPOC coalition, right? But they are part of the women coalition that we're trying to build. One of the undertold stories, I think, of this election cycle is, Kamala Harris, her campaign made inroads among white women this election. I know we like to say, the 53% they voted for Trump, what are they doing? And yes, it's, they can do better, much better. But what we aren't talking about is the fact that I think, I'm trying to think of the numbers. I think it was Clinton, right? Hillary Clinton, and then there was Biden, and then there was Kamala Harris. So Trump has had 3 general election campaigns, right, in a row, and I think that's historic. I don't know if anyone else has run 3 times in a row in a general election, but he did, right? Kamala Harris performed better with white women than Hillary Clinton did, than Joe Biden did, right? And she improved, I think Joe Biden, what did he get? She improved 2 points over Joe Biden with white women, or 2 to 3 points, just depending on what poll you look at. And that's significant in that, given what we were up against this, this election cycle, given his messages intended to scare white women, right? We've been asking them each election cycle to vote like Black women, right? We've been asking them to talk to their communities to get them to vote in the right way, right? And we've just made the assumption that maybe it isn't working, right? They're just never going to do the right thing. I think that we should pay attention to these small nudges in the right direction, right? Because Kamala Harris, like I said, she made inroads. If you go all the way back to Barack Obama's election in 2012, the second election, I think he was way, way down with white women, right? I think 4 points. I think she improved 4 points over Barack Obama, Kamala Harris. And that's, nothing to sneeze at. And so I think that going into this, next election cycle, 2026 and 2028, in addition to asking them to vote like Black women, to listen to Black women, to talk to their other white women in their communities, maybe we should ask ourselves, are we leveraging the privilege of our allies in the best way, right? What should we be asking of them to help us, right? What are those questions we should be asking of them, and what are our asks of them? In addition to voting like Black women, in addition to talking to their communities, they have privilege that is valuable to us that we should be using and we should be leveraging. And I just want to go out with that note and that thought.
Are there any questions before? Okay, I saw your hand up first. Oh, wait, no, there's a mic.
Thank you. It's really great to hear from all of you. you all brought up the idea that BIPOC is a little all-encompassing and doesn't encourage us to think about the differences within communities, obviously. The other difference, I think, and I'm wondering what you all think about this, is I don't think we look at enough at class differences within communities. And looking at the Indian American community, if you ever see any coverage of Indian American people with regard to politics, they're all professionals, they're all middle class, upper middle class, they're all supposed to be the same. And then you can shock one of your aunties and uncles who complain about immigration, and you tell them, well, you know that the third country number 3 with the most number of undocumented immigrants in America is India, and it blows their mind. And I just think that the class conversation needs to be had in addition when we think about these coalitions. I'm wondering what you think about. I mean, I don't know enough about res communities versus off-res communities, but I would imagine that there's an economic class difference there. So I'm just curious, and the Latino community is broad in so many ways. I'm just wondering what you think about the role of class in building this community.
I totally agree with you that it's a central point. I'm thinking of all the hilarious TikToks I saw after the election. The TikTok after the election was a great place to be in. But one of the memes that I saw was that I saw within the Latino community was Latinos start earning like 60,000 plus and forget to be Democrats, or start voting for Donald Trump. That was probably the funniest meme I saw, and I was like, I want to send this to my relatives, but but I don't want to start another war right before the holidays. So absolutely, I think that's a case. I think what Sierra said earlier about people being broke and what people's perceived realities is their truth. So what you have the government saying the economy is very strong, the economy is very strong, and that was the phrase that they kept repeating over and over and over again, ignoring all the comments in community media being well, actually, okay, macro, yeah, sure, it's strong, but I'm struggling with buying my groceries, I'm struggling with this. I do think that had a large role to play, and I think that as an outlet, something we've been thinking about is how we can be more explicit in naming those things, because maybe we talked about them overall, but I don't think we really named explicitly yes, this economic insecurity is what's driving people to vote for Trump, and that doesn't necessarily make them bad people, that they have economic insecurity. We have to acknowledge that that's their reality, and you can. We've been dabbling with this idea of is it misinformation and disinformation, or is it getting people to accept the truth? And that's I don't know if this is making sense to you all, but all of these are tied for me. But I do think class is a major factor, especially within the Latino community. But I will say that I think there are other factors at play for Latinos as well, but I think class is a big one. And I think everything Sierra said was on point.
I'm sorry. I think class is a huge issue in the Black community, in that you have a lot of people who are I'm Black, but I'm not Black like you, right? And so people are constantly trying to separate themselves from the African diaspora by either having more money or pretending that they have more money than they do, or using their possessions to try to separate themselves. And I think what we find out is that, you rich till the cops come. And so there are some issues that I think affect all of us, but we are so busy trying to separate ourselves from each other that it becomes easier for other people to separate us. It was easy for Donald Trump to get on the stage with the NABJ and say, well, Kamala Harris just turned Black. And Black people was on social media yeah, she just turned Black. I'm oh, she went to a HBCU. She pledged in a Black sorority. If you look at pictures of her from when she was a kid, her hair is done in Black hairstyles. What are you talking about? But it was easy for Black people to believe that because we are very busily trying to separate ourselves by class, and so it becomes easier for other people to do it.
You know, before we take that, oh, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, this question was difficult for me because I disagree to an extent with the Black community. So yes, we have class differences, but when it comes to voting, that does not affect the way that we vote, right? We vote collectively for the community. 92% of Black women voted for Kamala Harris. And like I said, there's no one more broke than Black women, right? So class aside, we still managed to do the right thing.
3 out of 10 young Black men voted for Trump, despite the fact that young Black men are more likely to be shot and killed by the police than anybody else. 21 times more likely than their white counterparts. And so there are some class differences. I think there's some informational differences in the Black community. I think we have to kind of accept some of that and accept that there are some folks who want to be different. I think that's misogyny too, but I also think that it was them saying, look, we were rich when Trump was in, and we want to be rich again. And that was one of the things that I kept hearing as I went out and reported on this and talked to these young brothers, that they were like, nah, we were rich, and so we're going to be rich. And then race won't matter if we're just rich.
Which I'm gonna, before we go to your question, I actually wanna talk right on that. I will admittedly say that's what I heard from my younger brother, who was 27 years old. Trump gave me a check, I had money. But I do think this actually hits right into a question I wanna ask before we take your question, which is misinformation and disinformation. We've talked a lot about social media on this panel. We've seen, last week, Facebook said they're getting rid of fact checkers to be more like Twitter. It feels like our communities are so often the targets of misinformation. In the last panel, Mitra asked Don Lemon whether or not he was a part of Black Twitter. And what I thought about, I don't know if you all remember this, I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you do, but sometime last year, Biden invited the Black press to DC. And when I looked at the photos of who was there, no shade if anybody reads the Shade Room, but it was the Shade Room. And not people I would necessarily consider journalists, regardless of whether or not that's a capital J or lowercase j. So that being said, considering it feels like, again, our communities are so targeted by misinformation and disinformation, how do we rise above these echo chambers? How do we fix this in our communities as purveyors of information?
There are a number of community groups, I'll mention one in San Francisco, Chinese for Affirmative Action, that has tackled misinformation in the Chinese language community. Whereas they go out and they seek out the misinformation and they counter it in the Chinese language. But with Facebook basically disavowing themselves from having to correct anybody and leaving everyone up to self-moderation, it really puts a lot more pressure on us as media to try to call this stuff out. And it's a scary thing to do, because when you call somebody out, you're opening up yourself to charges of being biased. You're opening up yourself to charges of trying to censor the right. People are just wedded to their opinions. I'll give you one example, and I was scared to do it, but it actually turned out okay. Is someone posted a photo of Andy Kim, the new U.S. Senator from New Jersey, going through his oath of office. And the photo showed Andy Kim crossing his fingers like this. The implication being that when he was taking the oath to allegiance to the United States, that he was basically saying, I don't accept that oath. And that's what the caption read underneath the picture. And that was posted on our Facebook feed at SM News. And I saw that, and I said, there's no way. And I looked at the photo really carefully, and I compared it to other photos that were taken of Andy Kim taking the oath of office. And there was a slight difference in the background. The background was blurred out, but I could tell it was not the same background as the photos I was seeing in the mainstream media. So basically, I took a chance and called it out and said, there's something wrong with this photo. I don't believe this photo is real, because if you compare the background to this photo to the background of other photos, it's not the same background. I was expecting that person to come back at me and attack us, because it was ASAM News that was saying this. That person took that picture down. So basically, he had been called out, or she had been called out, and decided, I can't win this, I'm leaving now. So I'm still not comfortable calling out misinformation, because I'm never 100% sure, but sometimes you just have to go with your gut, and sometimes you have to take a chance. And God, I dread the day if I'm ever wrong, and then that's just, everyone's gonna come after me. But
Right.
And before anyone else answers the question, I just want to also quickly say, going back to, 3 out of 10 black men voting for Trump.
Young black men.
Young black men voting for Trump. With disinformation, putting aside misogynoir, because we know that's an issue, but putting aside misogynoir, going back to my brother, I told him, I'm a journalist. I still told him he was wrong. So when you answer, talk about disinformation, misinformation, keep in mind that even my brother, and I'm sure so many other of our brothers and sisters, it doesn't matter what we say, or they just aren't hearing us, but go ahead.
You're making me laugh because I'm thinking of my uncle who posted this meme that was like freedom, family, finances. And I was like, okay, well, I have an economics degree and I also have a master's in economics. I really want to explain this, but it doesn't matter. And I think that that's where I was going with like accepting the truth. I think what we saw within our audience is that even when you do call out misinformation and disinformation, even when you provide sources, even when you can point people to very like factual places, sometimes people are still like, well, you're just saying this because you don't agree, or you're just saying this because you're biased. And so the issue that we're really thinking about now is like, how do we get people to accept that facts are facts, even when we share we're excited because we like. Our stuff is on Instagram. We still put, citations in our graphics that we make and our videos that we make. We've like experimented with different ways to share our works cited with people. And even in the face of that, people will still say, well, you must be making this up. I think part of it is that I think the right wing is really good at speaking to certain values that people hold near. So for example, Latinos, we really value working hard, and we're one of the largest groups of entrepreneurs in the country. And I think, unfortunately, like they know how to message that in a way that really resonates with Latino men. The whole like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, like we all know that's problematic. We all know there are a lot of factors that limit how much you can grow or move. So mobility is the word I'm looking for in this country. But people still buy into that, and it's just like it's a cultural value, I guess, that they know how to speak to, or like family, or like religion. And so I think that the messaging is really on point in some ways where we still need to work on that as a group, not just like Pulso, but as a group. And so, yeah, I'll just leave it with that.
That's the thing, too. I think sometimes we kind of think that as journalists, first of all, we've all been taught that our main job as journalists is to provide the facts, not opinions and not interpretations of the facts. But the fact is that a lot of communities, and coming from a Native community, a lot of times when you put those facts out there, they don't know what to do with those facts. They don't know what those facts mean. Okay, I told you all about the Supreme Court case and the decisions and the arguments, but they don't know how to interpret that. What does that actually mean for Indian country specifically? What does that actually mean for America? Or what does that actually mean for your guys' communities? So something Levi and I have talked about is being a sort of watchdog journalism. So we, at Native News Online, we have a unique privilege in a sense that we, being small, can choose how we want to, I guess, put out the facts, because we understand that while education in our communities is slowly increasing, a lot of our community does not have a college education. Maybe some of them struggle to even get through high school. And so we know that just putting the facts out there isn't enough. Just saying, okay, this is misinformation, here's the real facts, isn't enough. You also have to take that next step and say, okay, here's the facts, here's what this could mean for you, your family, and your community, and the nation as a whole. Because at the end of the day, we've tried putting out the facts, and it just isn't working. And that is something like you were touching on, the Republican Party does so well, is giving out their interpretation of those facts. And that's what resonates with the people, is they hear they can hear numbers all day, but those numbers don't mean anything until you say, here's the numbers, and this is what it could do for your family. Here's what it can do for your community. Here's what might happen. And that's what the Republicans do so well. And I think I think the Democratic Party, they kind of rely on, okay, a lot of us are educated, a lot of us are critical thinkers, a lot of us have that ability to be ethical consumers of knowledge. But at the end of the day, not all of us have that privilege of being able to see those facts and know immediately what they mean. We also have to take that next step. And
Sorry, only because we only have a few minutes left. There's a lot of questions. And so you'll hear here. What I'm going to say, though, is only one person answer a question and keep it nice and tight so you can get everybody in.
Yep.
But we're not everyone, but most of us will still be sticking around afterwards. So any other questions?
Right.
All right. My name is Roland Roebuck. I'm not a journalist. I'm a community activist. My question is directly to Ms. Krista Villeda in reference to the reason why I say Villeda is to establish the fact that I'm Puerto Rican and I speak Spanish, Afro-Puerto Rican.
I knew from the way you said my name.
One of the main issues that is fracturing the Latino community is the high level of racism that exists, and that media and many of our leaders deny the fact that there is a high level of racism in our community. And I've been here since 1974, and the Salvadoran community has exerted a high level of racism towards us. And I am saying that in order to create a strong foundation, in order to advance coalition building, media needs to assume a responsible role in addressing that cancer of racism that is not advancing our interests. And as long as we continue with this sickening silence, we're not going to reach anywhere. So I encourage Pulso to assume a more responsible posture and address that publicly. Thank you very much. Lastly, in reference to that comedian that attacked our people, he has been banned from the island, and I know that during his travels, he will avoid landing in Puerto Rico. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, 60 seconds.
First of all, I agree with you. And I love that you said that. So we definitely see that in our audience as well. I'm not denying that at all. We see a lot of racism in our community, and also a lot of misunderstanding of how folks can both be Black and Latino. That's probably just as common. And so, for example, when we share a lot of that's one of the reasons why we share a lot of history content to kind of get folks to have these conversations. So an example I can give you is we share a lot of Caribbean history, like Dominican history and Puerto Rican history on our TikTok channel, because our content creator that we work with is also Puerto Rican, Black, and from New York. And so his content focuses mostly on that. And you'll see in the comments when people are like, I thought you were Black, Anthony, or I thought you were Puerto Rican. I thought you were, and then he'll talk about a piece of Dominican history, and they'll be like, wait, but like, and then in the comments, you see people arguing about these facts. So we really do take our role of community management really important, not just in terms of the guidelines we have, but also, pushing back to our audience in the comments. Yes, we delete comments that are hateful. Yes, we have community guidelines. We will remind people of those, but I think it's also important to do the community management of having the conversation. So why do you think this? Or, hey, did you know? That's kind of the way that we tend to approach our content. Hey, did you know this person did this? Did you know this person did that? Did you know Black people have been in Latin America and many countries aside from Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic for a very long time, just as much as we have a lot of Asian communities in Latin America, which a lot of people also don't know. So we share a lot of that in a history context, and that's part of the reason why we at Pulso have chosen not just to be like a news outlet, but more so focus on history and culture in our content and kind of use that to connect to current events and present things that are happening, because it seems to be more digestible for folks.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off because I want to get at least one other question in. There was one question over here who's so patient.
Hey guys, good to see you. I'm Manny Smith, Senior Editor at Yahoo News, and also Vice President of the Philly Association of Black Journalists. First of all, to the panel, thank you guys for the bravery of having this discussion up here and bringing it, and being so full and fruitful about it. My question is, as we talk about this subject, how do we get over the fear as cultural media of wanting to stick to the decorum of equality, right? And really allow conversations like this to happen for our viewers? Do you think that we miss an opportunity for them to have the discussion? I feel like when you see the growth of MAGA media beyond Fox News, it's not just one, it's like 4 or 5, and they're having these discussions every single day. And so it feels like, hey, while we're hesitating over here, maybe there might be an opportunity that we're missing to engage our audiences in a richer way.
Okay, we only have a few moments, so I'm going to ask everyone to answer shortly. But go ahead.
Okay, so I think the thing that's being ignored is social media. Right. Social media is where most young people get their news, and increasingly it's where everybody gets their news. And so you have to figure out, to the point of someone earlier, from an earlier panel, where your listeners, where your viewers are, and you have to meet them there. I think the other thing that matters is ownership. WURD is owned by Black people, right? And so that affects the way that we can tell our stories. Ownership matters. Donald Trump owns Truth Social. Elon Musk owns Twitter, right? And so, you know, what you see is them affecting that ecosystem in ways that cause other people to say, you know what, truth doesn't matter here either, so you can come here too. We need to learn to have these conversations in a very real way, and we have to invest in owning the platforms that we have them on.
I feel like we can get one more question in. I see a question back here. Oh, you with the hat on. Yeah. No, with the black shirt. Yes. Hold on, there's a mic coming now. We've got a whopping 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, thanks. I wanted to ask the question, where do we go with covering elections, covering issues in elections? You know, I thought that when Harris came out with her campaign for Black men, as well as her housing plan, that those would kind of be game changers. They would be conversation starters. But for your communities, where did those conversations go? I mean, where did those positions go, those issues go as far as, becoming conversations in the community?
As Native people, this entire election, we have all said pretty much the same thing, that these conversations didn't start before the election, and these conversations aren't going to end after. So regardless of who's in office, a Democrat, Republican, independent, etc., our issues don't change. The things we're advocating for don't change. So as Native people, something that we were, a narrative that we were trying to get out there is that you're not voting R for Republican, you're not voting D for Democrat, you're voting I for Indian or Indigenous. And so that is the thing. Elections, Judith LeBlanc says this a lot, that elections are just snapshots of where we are in our advocacy journey, in our political journey. It's just a snapshot, right? Donald Trump is only going to be president for the next 4 years. What happens after that? And that's the thing. A lot of times we want to think that conversations surrounding the election and the issues surrounding it start like a year before Election Day, which isn't true. These conversations need to continue. We need to start highlighting different policies that these politicians are pushing, or these conversations or these statements that these politicians are making, or maybe highlighting different politicians from different minority communities who plan to run or who are doing great things in their own community. The thing is, we need to continue these conversations. We can't just focus on the election when it's election season, because at the end of the day, we won't get anything done if we're starting and stopping these conversations.
All right, before we wrap, 1 sentence, last words from anyone. 1 sentence, fine, maybe 2.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to address her specific question about the Black men's agenda, right, which I also thought would have a bigger impact than it did. And this is a semicolon, so it's 1 sentence.
Okay.
So I think that disinformation probably played a role there. I can talk to you about it offline, but it should have translated. That's another semicolon, but it did not. Okay.
That was one long, but still 1 sentence. Love it.
I would just like to invite anyone here who comes from in media that we would love to collaborate with you on issues that cross the intersectionality between issues and cover it from our community perspectives and see where there's a common ground and where there's disagreement and how we can work out those disagreements.
I would say community is really important as the foundation for all of this, within our own family, within our own community, within partnerships. and check us out at Project Pulso on all platforms.
There you go. So you can check us out on the Word Radio app, or wordradio.com. And you can listen to me 7 o'clock tomorrow morning is why I got to get out of here. But the other thing is that all politics is local. We can't be consumed by what happens on the federal level. We can't be consumed by what happens with Donald Trump. We have to work within our own communities, work within our own listenership, readership, in order to bring about change and to build trust so that people are coming to us rather than going to social media.
I think something that this panel and this entire event as a whole has shown is that we need to move away from the black-white dichotomy when we're having these conversations surrounding advocacy issues, human rights issues, et cetera. And so with that, I encourage you all to check out your local or national or whatever Native News-owned website. Native people are everywhere, whether you guys see it or not. But for Native News Online, which can be your starting point, check us out at nativenewsonline.net.
All right, thank you all for chatting with us. Thank you. Y'all were great. So if anyone needs to take a quick bathroom break, go ahead, because we're going to jump into the next part of the programming. The live stream is going to end now. We're going to jump into the table talks. I'm going to turn